Everybody. I don't give very long speeches. It's usually very brief. My opening address. You are welcome to the first Mcpd of this 2020-2022 ESCO of Niesv Abuja branch, led by my humble self as chairman. This is the first ever virtual Mcpd in the history of Niesv, and to the glory of God, Niesv Abuja is the first to take the bull by the horns. This singular action will usher in the emergence of other Niesv branches, emulating and taking a cue from us, which will bring about the growth and progress of Niesv. The theme, which is approach to real estate marketing in the post-pandemic era, imbibing the new normal. The new normal, which has also affected the way we do most things, has also affected our Mcpd, which is why we are here virtually today. This Mcpd will throw more light and enlighten us about real estate marketing, which will help our practice and the way we go about things generally. Very sound resource persons are on ground to put us through. This program promises to be insightful, invigorating, and knowledge impacting. It was put together by a solid and experienced committee led by Niesv Abuja. Please sit tight and enjoy the program. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you, my action chairman. Next on the address of the Mcpd National Chairman, Niesv Victor Ayeye, Fellow of the institution. Victor Ayeye, a fellow of the institution. If you're online, you can take your address, sir.
So you're on now. Go on, sir.
Is it Ayeye or the president? Which of them?
So we are waiting for your speech.
Which person's speech? Is it the president's speech or the
Yes, we are here.
Ayeye?
Mcpd chairman, sir.
Okay.
I think we're having a problem with this audio there. Sorry, Prof, can you adjust your headset? I think we are having problems with the audio, sir.
Sir, please take off the headphone. Sir, unplug the headphone so that you can use the mic of your device.
Is opening address by the MCP branch chairman. Niesv Abuja, fellow of the institution. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, the chairman of Abuja branch, all fellows, either present or connected virtually, associates, distinguished noble colleagues. This is the address of the 2020 Mcpd Committee Chairman of Niesv Abuja branch on the occasion of 2020 Mcpd, holding today, 5th November, year 2020. In the wake of the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, the entire business world was thrown into pandemonium, with real estate practices being badly affected. The effects on real estate practice is evidenced in low turnover, resulting into job loss, some outfits closing down, and others taking up other forms of jobs, like farming, teaching, and so on. The attendant increase in price of commodity. For instance, the government regulated commodities. The tax, VAT was increased from 5% to 7.5%. There was the introduction of stamp duty. And all that, price of petroleum product was equally increased. Electricity tariff was increased. And we have a lot of them, to mention just but a few. All this has done greater damage to the practice of real estate, leading the industry into a state of comatose and marketing of product becoming much more challenging. It is therefore the intent of this seminar to train our members on ways to bounce back on real estate practice and take their rightful position in the economy of the nation. Hence, the choice of erudite scholars and real estate practitioners to lead us in this all-important seminar. It is to this effect that we have carefully and painstakingly selected teams that will be beneficial to all in this practice of our revered profession of estate surveying and valuation. In the like manner, we have also chosen a crop of seasoned professionals to handle the various sub-themes. Our theme for this seminar is Approach to Real Estate Marketing in the Post-Pandemic Era, Imbibing the New Normal. This theme is supported by the following sub-themes: Implication of Current GDP on Real Estate Practice by Niesv Abuja, a fellow of the Nigerian of the institution. The way forward in the new normal and the economic reality, and this is to be taken by another fellow, Niesv Olaiya. the impact of government policies on real estate practice in Nigeria, and this is to be taken by Niesv Abuja. And lastly, e-transaction and internet marketing. This aspect is to be handled by our lady, Niesv Abuja. And our keynote address is to be taken by our own second vice president in person of Niesv Victor Longe, a fellow of the institution. This is the first time we shall be having our MCPD in a virtual form. I therefore urge you to sit back, relax, and with your pen to keenly follow up with the various presentations. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Chairman of the MCPD, Niesv Abuja. Next on the agenda is the address by the chairman in session. Let me welcome my president. Okay, let me welcome my president. He is Sir Chief Emmanuel Okas Wiki, FNIBS, FMP, RWO. My president, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, noble colleagues, and good morning. Well, first of all, let me correct one impression. I think that what Abuja branch is doing today, they're emulating the National Council, because we had our AGM virtual, the last AGM, we also had the EGM virtual. Yes, this is the first NCPD, virtual NCPD, but I think that the branch is emulating the institution by following the new normal. So I want to congratulate you that before we started our own national NCPD virtual, you have done it. And I want to challenge the chairman of the national NCPD committee, Pastor Victor Ayeye, and his vice chairman, whom I have seen online, Professor Kimiki, that within the next 2 weeks or maximum 3 weeks, we should have a national NCPD, both physical and virtual, because Abuja branch has shown us that it is possible. So congratulations once again, and I want to thank the chairman and all those that have done this to be possible. An address by ESB Sir Chief Emmanuel Okas Wike, the president and chairman of council at the FCT Abuja Unity Branch NCPD, on approach to real estate marketing in the post-pandemic era, imbibing the new normal, held on 5th of November 2020. The chairman of Abuja branch, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Lancer Ahaji, the chairman of National NCPD, ably represented by the vice chairman, Professor Kemiki, the chairman of Abuja branch NCPD, my very good friend, Kehinde Ogunsoya, all the resource persons here, they are present, and those that are online, noble colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome all the esteemed members of our great institution from all parts of the country to this virtual-based training program on approach to real estate marketing in the post-pandemic era, imbibing the new normal, organized by the FCT Abuja Unity Branch of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers in conjunction or approved by the Estate Surveyors and Valuers Registration Board of Nigeria. We are here for the purpose of enriching and deepening our competencies in line with the overall professional development program of the National Council as we brainstorm on this timely, insightful, and instructive topic. I promise to give a more serious attention to mandatory continuous professional development program That is why I retained the able chairman of that committee, SS of Victor, while ensuring effective participation of our members in the program and attain the credit points required in every council year. This is because the only way to remain relevant as professionals of this profession is, especially in today's technological-driven world, is to continually and consistently update our knowledge, skill, competencies, and otherwise. In other words, continuous professional development program is one of our options if we must stay ahead of the curve. If we must stay progressing in our professional endeavors, and if we must keep recording superior growth in our ever-changing world that we live in today. The Unity branch must be commended for organizing this powerful and capacity building program on a very important and timely subject. I therefore commend in all sincerity our National Chairman MCPD Committee, SS Ovianvalua, Pastor Victor Ayeye, the Working and Action Chairman, as you fondly call him, of the Unity Branch, SS Ovianvalua Ikenna Lancer Ahad, and also the Branch Chairman, NCPD Committee Chairman, Mr. Kehinde Ogunsoya, and the entire members of the Unity Branch for organizing this program, one of the most important in the annals of our institution. Like you said, this is the first time we'll be holding a virtual NCPD. So I commend you and I congratulate you for showing us the way. Like I said, I am challenging the chairman of the national NCPD that within the next 3 weeks, we should be able to have both physical and virtual national NCPD. If Abuja can do it, I think that the national can also do it because you have shown us that this is possible. COVID-19 have not only changed the world, it has also inflicted severe economic consequences across the globe, leaving no country unaffected. This has led to dramatic changes in how businesses and practices act and how clients and consumers behave. As the pandemic continues to evolve, there have never been a more pressing need for organizations to rethink and reconfigure their businesses and practices for a changed world. Now is the time for organizations to focus their efforts on supporting key areas of their businesses and practices that will help them to stabilize in the new environment and strategies. That is exactly what this seminar is trying to achieve. As a professional body, we need to rethink and reconfigure now if we must remain relevant and impactful. The pandemic created a dynamic that has baffled everyone in virtually all aspects of real estate industry. As rightfully predicted, there has been a loss of value sales in real estate market, at least in the short run, although some players are optimistic that in the long run, the market will bounce back, and that is our prayers. Without an iota of contradiction, however, COVID-19 has swept away the old order. We must be alive to the evolving order and quickly embrace it. Technology, particularly the internet, will play a vital role more than ever before to connect practices to clients. Contemporary tools such as virtual reality videos, augmented reality apples, virtual work thought of homes and properties on sale and other related apps will be put into use. Consequently, websites must always be updated. Hence, every one of us must sharpen and polish his or her digital channels. This is the new normal. we must imbibe in the post-pandemic era if we must remain in practice. In any case, we have very capable and distinguished noble colleagues, or should I call them noble facilitators, in the person of Estate Surveyor and Valuer Victor Alonge, who happens to be the second vice president, Estate Surveyor and Valuer Chudi Obosi. And I must commend Chudi Obosi because yesterday we were together in Lagos, and he happened to be one of those that have contributed so much to the growth of this profession. And here too, he's trying to sell his ideas to us. So I must commend him. Estate Surveyor and Valuer Dapo Olaiya. I don't know whether Dapo is online or is physical in Abuja there. I also want to commend Olishola Olani, Toyin Olatubosin, and others that will do justice to the topic. With this caliber of facilitators, noble colleagues, I can assure you that at the end of our outing today, we are going to be richly impacted with knowledge and competencies. Once again, I congratulate and commend the NCPD chairman, the Unity branch chairman, the executive, and the members of the institution who are keying into this global opportunity for empowerment. And I wish you all, and wish us a fruitful acting. On this note, as the president of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, I hereby declare this NCPD that is held both physical and virtual open. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, good morning.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, good morning, everybody. A very good morning to Mr. President. Good morning, sir. The president of our institution, the host chairman, Niesv Lancer, the MCPD branch organizing committee chairman, distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? All right, I am making this brief speech on behalf of the national chairman who would have loved to be here but for exigency of duty. So he has asked me to stand in for him as the vice chairman of that committee. Sorry, I'm speaking directly from my study room. We have gathered here this morning to look at and explore the emerging real estate marketing tools that will enable us to function as estate surveyors and valuers in the COVID-19, post-COVID-19 era, which we also call the new normal. It is a very apt topic, and we are convinced with the quality of speakers that we have here this morning that they'll be able to do justice to the topic we are considering and the various sub-themes. And we also look forward at the end of this seminar that a robust communique will emanate, which will provide policy guidance and direction for us as a professional and for us as an institution. I want to congratulate once again Mr. President, the first vice, the second vice, yes, Victor Alonge, who is also the keynote speaker for today. I also want to thank our speakers who have made it possible to be with us this morning. Once again, I want to congratulate the branch chairman for Abuja for organizing this virtual MCPD for the branch and for the entire country. I bring you greetings from Niesv Victor Ayeye, the national chairman, and we have taken note of the 3 weeks mandate given to us to come up with our national MCPD. Of course, we have started working on that, and very soon we'll let Mr. President know what we are doing in that regard. Once again, I want to wish you well and a happy deliberation. Good morning.
Good day once again, noble colleagues. It will seem that we are still having some technical glitches connecting to ESV Victor Alonge. So at this juncture, in order not to waste our time, we'll be connecting with our first speaker for the day, in the person of ESV Chukwudi Stephen Ubosi, fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. ESV Chukwudi Ubosi has over 3 decades of very active involvement in the Nigerian and international real estate industry. Starting his career in 1985 with Chinwuba Odumodu & Co., Estate Surveyors and Valuers in Enugu, he moved to Dia Fatimilehin & Co., Estate Surveyors and Valuers in Lagos in 1986. He rose to the position of associate partner. In 1991, ESV Chukwudi founded the firm of Ubosi & Co., which later metamorphosed into the firm of Ubosi, Ele & Co. Today, the firm has over 60 professional staff in its employment and numerous other ancillary and support staff. ESV Chukwudi Ubosi has held numerous professional and non-professional positions over the period of his career till date, part of which is President, Africa Region, International Real Estate Federation, 2012 to 2018, Chairman, Association of Estate Agents in Nigeria, 2013 to 2018, past captain, Ikeja Golf Club, 2007 to 2008. ESV Chukwudi Ubosi is a member of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors of the United Kingdom. He's also a sales broker with the Ontario Real Estate Association in Canada. ESV Chukwudi is married with children and spends his leisure time playing golf. Please join me as I welcome ESV Chukwudi Ubosi to take us in his paper.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm sure everybody can hear me, just making that check. Can you confirm that you can hear me?
You can go ahead, sir. We are with you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me stand on the existing protocol. The president of our institution, the chairman of the Abuja branch, and all other members and participants present. Let me stand on existing protocol. My topic this morning is, we're talking about the Nigerian gross domestic product and its implication for real estate and real estate practice. So I started off by doing a small study, or let me say I started off by just getting us ready. What exactly, can we go to the next slide, please? Started off with an introduction of what exactly is the GDP. The GDP today, a lot of us identify it and know what it is, but many of us have never really been able to make the link between the GDP of the country, of our country, Nigeria, and the fact that today a lot of us are struggling with practice. And as Mr. Busoya said earlier on, the chairman of the Mcpd for Abuja branch said earlier on, many have given up practice and have gone into farming, have gone into teaching and all kinds of other activities, just to be able to put body and soul together. But this morning, I want to make the nexus. I'm going to make the nexus between the GDP and why that is happening to a lot of us. So what exactly is GDP? Our next slide, what exactly is GDP? From my slide, you can see it's basically the value of finished products and services produced within a country during a specific period of time. The value of finished goods, the value of services produced within a country, produced in a country within a specific period of time. The GDP of any country is usually an indication of the size of the economy of that country and basically maybe its growth rate too. A good GDP, as many of us know, is an indication of a good economy. When the GDP of a country is high, it's an indication that the economy of that country is doing well. When the GDP is strong, the country, you find that firms and organizations are hiring workers. They can afford to pay higher wages. They can afford to pay higher salaries. And this leads to more spending by consumers on goods and services. And this invariably is what keeps an economy going. An economy breeds by the fact that people are buying and spending. It's never really a bad idea to buy and spend or to spend and buy. That is what keeps the economy going. And so when you have a strong GDP, you find that, yes, that is what happens. The economy is strong and people are buying and selling. Our next slide looks at countries and their GDP. This is basically all an introduction. We'll go straight into, we'll soon go basically into how this affects real estate. Our next slide looks at countries and their GDPs. And I did this deliberately to show us, to highlight to us the size of the Nigerian economy and the size of our GDP. Sometimes we think that we are big, but I want us to take a quick look at the GDPs of some of these countries. Look at the GDP of the US, about $19 trillion. The GDP of Egypt is about $172 billion. The GDP of Nigeria, rebased in 2013 and that's at end of 2019 and early 2020, the GDP of Nigeria is $448 billion. Now, juxtapose that with the US economy. The US economy is 50 times, approximately 50 times larger than the Nigerian economy. The US economy is approximately 50 times larger than the Nigerian economy. It is approximately 60 times larger than the South African economy. That gives you an idea of when we see these countries and how prosperous they are. We sometimes begin to wonder when we look at our own countries, but now you can see when you look at the size of their GDPs, why indeed there is that prosperity. Imagine if Nigeria was operating at 50 times what we are doing today. You can imagine how much more prosperity there would be in the land. Other facts about the Nigerian economy, I've compared, the next slide please. I've compared between 2019 and 2020, our foreign exchange reserves in 2019. Sorry, what you see there is actually $42.59 billion, not 4259, $42.59 billion in 2019. In 2020, it had dropped to $35 billion. Industry capacity utilization from 2019 to 2020 is dropped 3%. In 2019, it was 55%. In 2020, it was 52%. We're basically, put it this way, our Nigerian industries are operating at 50% of their capacity. Oil price, $52 in 2019, $21 today, and so on and so forth. Unemployment rate, next slide, the unemployment rate, 23% in 2019, 28% in 2020. So unemployment is actually getting worse. But what I really wanted us to look at are the last two slides. In 2019, we had an economic growth of 2.2%. This was a straight line economic growth of 2.2%. Let's not go into the details of population growth, which is about 3% per annum, which really puts a deficit in terms of our economic growth. So when you look at the 2020 economic growth, it's minus 3.2%. Minus 3.2%. That is what we are going to experience in terms of our economic growth in 2020. Our foreign exchange rate dropped from 360 to about 460 today. All this, I point out to the fact that there are problems within our economy. And what are these problems and how do they impact us as real estate professionals and as real estate practitioners? Now we're coming into where it really hits on us as professionals. And I've looked at it from different perspectives. First of all, I've taken it from industries. What is the impact on real estate in terms of the fact that we have this GDP? Before we begin to talk about the drop, this year we're supposed to have a negative growth of at least, well, the economy is supposed to, the GDP is supposed to drop by at least 6% because of negative economic growth. Part of the reason for this drop is COVID-19. I'm not sure that there is anyone in the year 2020 that can write their history in 2020 without speaking about COVID-19. All indices point to an economic recession, and these things come with their challenges. If many of us have listened to the news, in the last day or two, UK is going into a lockdown today for another 1 month. I think France is already back in a lockdown. Germany is grappling with whether they want to go back into a lockdown. Many countries are wondering, what do they do? We have been lucky in Africa for several reasons. Maybe we have some kind of natural immunity. Maybe we're not doing enough testing, or maybe we just don't have enough records. But we're lucky that based on the prognosis from the European countries, the prognosis was that people will be dropping dead on the streets. You will be going to work in the morning and people will be dropping dead on the streets like flies. But luckily, that is not the case for us. In all this, to the left, to the right side of the screen, you can see our yearly GDP growth for 9 years, from 2012 to 2020. The biggest growth we had was in 2014. We had a growth in our GDP and our economy of 6.22%. That is going to be killed this year in 2020 by the projected minus 6.10% negative growth. What do all this portend for real estate? What do all these figures and all these statistics and all this data that I'm putting forward, what does it portend for real estate? I've looked at it from different perspectives, from different perspectives of our real estate, and I've broken it down into 5. First, let's look at the hospitality industry. The slide, please, so that we can talk about the hospitality industry. Okay, so the hospitality industry is badly hit by COVID, by the poor economy that is following. Let me make some, Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm back on.
Yes, you can. We can.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just needed that confirmation. So let's look at the impact of on the hospitality industry, in the hotels, event centers, the airlines. Let me remind us all that today we're holding this seminar online. We're doing a virtual seminar. This time last year, nobody would have ever considered anything like a virtual seminar. We would have all had to travel down to Abuja from our various locations and then look at the value chain of what we are losing, or what has been taken out of the fact that we are holding this seminar today online. Look at the value chain. Remove the travel business. Remove accommodation, because when you travel, you would stay in an hotel. Remove the fact that taxis would have moved some of us from the airports and from our offices to the venue. Remove the food and the lunch that the Abuja branch would have served all of us today. Remove the cost of hall rentals. All these things are income. And these are the things that give boost to the hospitality industry. But today, they no longer exist, or they are minimal. They are very, very, very minimal. So what we are seeing, and what we are seeing now, and what we'll see for another year or two, is that revenues for the hospitality industry will drop and will continue to drop. This is made worse by COVID, by social distancing rules, and the fact that there's so many other rules that go with even having your events or even staying in the hotel. So how does this impact? Can you hear me? Okay. Can I go on? Can you hear me?
Yes, no, sir.
All right. So how does this impact the hospitality industry? The fact is that many hotels will not be able to carry their costs. Many hotels will not be able to meet obligations to their lenders. Many hotels will not be able to just continue to run. And so we foresee a situation where many hotels are coming into the market for sale. Many hotels will be in the market for sale in the coming months and in the coming year. As much as many of them will come into the market, many will not be sold, because the demand for the hospitality business is going to go down. The demand for the hospitality business is going to go down. This is not a seminar on the hospitality business, but I could have given you plenty of statistics and rooms. I tell you how many thousands of rooms are supposed to come into the market in the next 1 year and so on. And I can tell you authoritatively that as at today, as at end of October, the projection is less than 40% of those rooms will indeed come into the market. Even those who are building hotels now have more or less stopped. They've more or less put a hold on their construction, and sites are basically being shut down and abandoned. So that's the effect of the hospitality industry. We will talk about how that impacts us as estate surveyors in the next paragraph. Now, what is the projection? What's the impact of the GDP on commercial real estate? The next slide. The next one we're looking at is the commercial real estate. Many Class A and Class B properties are currently in the market and will continue to suffer. Can we go to the next?
Next slide. Yes. Yes.
Can you hear me? Can I go on?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Sorry, I don't know why my connection is acting funny this morning. So now, commercial real estate. we all know, first of all, there's a lag time between the conception of this project and their delivery period. Now, as estate surveyors and valuers, many of us know this lag time is anything from 5 to 8 years. And many of us were involved in doing feasibility and viability reports for this project. If we think back, we'll remember that our projections for rents were as much as $160, $200 per square meter. 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was achievable, it looked achievable, and it looked like the gravity train was going to go on forever. But today, we know that first thing is that nobody is even talking about, if you're talking about rents in dollars, you're likely not to want to let your house. Most clients who come in want to negotiate their rent strictly in Naira. So we have a lot of high-class buildings, Class A buildings that are in the market with very few tenants or very few prospects asking about them or looking into taking these properties. And this also impacts on renewals. When I saw the letter, I talked about giving cases, pure practical examples. I'll give you a couple as well. 2, 3 years ago, about 4 years ago, we were asked to renew rent for one of our high-rise buildings. It was about 11 stories or so, and it's occupied by one single tenant. At the time we renewed that rent, the rent was about $350. At the time we took the property, it was about $350 per square meter. At that time, $350 per square meter, the exchange rate when they took the property was about 170, 180 Naira to $1. When it was time to renew, when we discussed with the client, the owner of the property, he was just happy to say, look, if they will remain at $340 per square meter, he'll be glad to take it. But the exchange rate had moved. The exchange rate had moved from 180 to about 340 Naira to $1. And that's why in my introductory slides, I showed you what the exchange rate was in 2019, 2020. Every year we have problems with our exchange rate. There are very few, it's usually not stable for very long. Now, when we wanted to renew, the exchange rate had moved from 180 Naira to $1 to 360. Well, of course, the client, the owner, the landlord was happy to say if they would stay at $340, we shouldn't bother. But when we went to the client, the tenant, they said, look, you must be joking. We are going to first and foremost renegotiate this rent in Naira. We're not talking, nobody's talking dollars here. We're going to negotiate this rent in Naira. And even in Naira, we're not looking at anything close to what we paid for before. Well, to cut a long story short, from $340 or so per square meter, $340 per square meter, we renewed that rent at about 180,000 Naira per square meter. We renewed that rent at about 180,000 Naira per square meter. Today, in renewing that rent, we're actually going down now. We're talking 150,000, 140,000 Naira per square meter. And the tenant is telling us if we don't want, they're willing to move. If we don't want, if we're not ready to accept the rent, they're willing to move because they're being offered new properties, newer properties. They're being offered sweeteners. In one of the properties they're being offered, the landlord is willing to absorb the cost of them moving into his building. He's willing to absorb the entire cost of them relocating into his property. Of course, you and I as practitioners, we know that there's no free lunch. They will probably pay for it down the road. But that's how
the low GDP, the low economy, and the low business cycle is impacting real estate, and especially commercial real estate. The other thing that is impacting real estate is this COVID and the fact that we are now experiencing what we call virtual working. People are working from home. So the need for large office spaces, if this trend continues, the need for large office spaces will definitely go down. Firms are going to rationalize their need for space, and you may have situations where they will just have some open floor where people can come in and walk. If they're coming into the office, they can come into the office once or twice a week. Okay, can you hear me now? I changed the source of Wi-Fi. I've changed my Wi-Fi source now. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. I think we'll have an uninterrupted session now. So many firms are looking at working from home, and eventually this will definitely have a major effect on even large office spaces that a lot of us real estate surveyors and practitioners are trying to let. Industrial real estate, the next slide, that's capacity utilization is down from 55% to 52%. Why do people need warehousing? Because they're producing or because they're storing goods? Everything that is a pointer in our economy shows that it is going down. Industrial production is down. Imports are down. Exports are going up, but our study on exports and how they impact. Please, can we go to the next slide? Our survey on exports and how much they impact on the industrial real estate, which is warehousing, indicates that many people who export rarely keep their export products at anywhere. They use their own warehouses. They don't bring them close to the ports and hold. They use their own warehouses, and when they're ready to export, they just put them on the ship. And despite the fact that we are talking today about the borders being closed, you'll be surprised to hear that many exporters are exporting through our other West African countries, despite the fact that our borders are closed. Warehouse space has remained more or less about the same rent. In Ikeja here, warehouse space has remained between 10,000 naira, between 10,000 and 12,000 naira per square meter for the last 3 or 4 years. The difference is that it takes much longer to rent out a warehouse. If you put a warehouse in the market today, you'll be waiting sometimes as much as 180 days to be able to conclude it. So that's, again, is the impact of on the industrial real estate. Low capacity, industrial capacity production, and so on. Residential real estate, I think, is one area. Next slide, please. Residential real estate, so far, so good. There has been a little bit of shaking there, but despite the poor GDP and the struggling economy, what has helped us as a nation is our backlog of unsorted out accommodation. We have a demand of easily 15 million, depending on where you are looking at, depending on statistics. So one way or the other, residential real estate has managed to do well. It may not be doing very well, but it has at least been stable. We cannot say that residential real estate is maybe facing a downward trend like hospitality, industrial, and retail, and commercial real estate. Residential real estate has been stable, and so far, so good. The last aspect of real estate that I want to look at is the retail. The retail real estate, number 5, next slide. Retail real estate. And I'll be through in 10 minutes. I didn't find out how much time I had. So I'm trying to rush now. So retail real estate. There are a lot of malls. Many malls are coming into the industry. Malls in Port Harcourt, in Lagos, in Osogbo, and so on. Again, just like the hotel industry, I have the data. You'll be surprised to find out that if we were looking at about 300,000 square meters of mall space for 2020 and 2021, I dare say that today we'll be looking at only about 30% of that space coming into the market because the economy has gone down. COVID and its problems has made it difficult for those who are investing in those developments to continue. But what about the existing retail outlets that are there? Footfall is the number of people who come in to patronize the mall. Footfall is down. Basket size is down. When we talk about basket size is what does the average person buy? What is the cost of the basket? What is the cost of the items in a basket? So you'll find that the basket size or the basket value continues to fall. In fact, many of the malls will tell you they have 250,000 people at the weekends coming in there and milling around. They may have that. But the fact of the matter is that of that 250,000, you'll find that only 15% of that number are actually doing any shopping. Most people there are there for a social outing, sightseeing, taking pictures, and just generally coming to enjoy the feeling and what it is to sit in a mall. So we see the malls where they look busy, they look as if they are doing well, but the truth is that footfall is down, basket size is down, and so the malls are having problems. Remember that for many of these malls, their rents are denominated in dollars. Many of these malls pay rents from 30 to 80, and many in Lagos pay $100 per square meter a month. Many cannot cope with these rents, not with the low business, slow business environment that we're experiencing. So tenants will continue to ask for reduced rents, and at renewal periods, they're constantly asking for more and more concessions to be able to remain in the mall and continue to do business. And of course, if the malls are not doing well, then we cannot be talking about new malls coming in. We cannot be talking about new developments and so on. Okay, so let me go to the last part of my presentation, which is the implications for real estate practice. All this that we have discussed, we've looked at the effect of the low GDP on the various aspects of real estate: commercial, hospitality, retail, residential, industrial. Now, how does it impact us? Next slide, sir. The implications for real estate practice. We as practitioners, how do all this impact us? I think the first thing that immediately comes to our mind is that there's a lot of default in rental obligations, in payment of people meeting their rents. For individuals, for organizations, in this difficult economy, meeting rental obligations has been a major challenge. And I'm sure it is not unique to me alone. We're practitioners, so we experience this. Statistics will show you that for every 10 rents, for every 10 rents that you need to renew, you would easily have a default rate of 50%, 50, 60%. So that in itself is a problem for us as practitioners, because if these businesses are not paying their rents, we will not make management fees. If we're not making management fees, then we can't meet our own expenses. We would also be able to pay our own rents for many of us who occupy rental properties. And it's not just about paying rent. What is the implication for a rental default for even the professional manager, for the estate manager? You fall out of favor with your client, with the owner of the property. Many of us in practice know that the owners always hold us responsible. The landlords will always hold the estate manager responsible. The estate surveyor is always the one responsible for not collecting rent. He doesn't want to know. Very rarely do they want to understand that the tenant is impacted by the vagaries of the economy. So you are managing a client on one side whom you don't want to destroy a relationship because he's giving you business, you're managing his property, and you're managing the tenant on the other side and saying, look, please try as much as possible to pay your rent. So it's a major problem for us as estate surveyors and valuers. Now, other applications for us as for real estate practice, low demand for real estate services. Next slide, please. There's a low demand for our services. Investment, next slide. The investment in real estate is not a priority. Investment in real estate is not a priority. Feasibility and viability reports we can't do. Demand for valuation services. If construction projects are down, we know that even we are affected because there's so many things that we do with it. We can't do valuations. We can't enable the firms going to the banks to get facilities. Sale instructions are down. Sorry, sale instructions may increase at times like this. But what is down is effective demand. Sale instructions surely increase at times like, but what is down is effective demand. Purchases will reduce because investors are a lot more cautious at a time like this. Sometimes people want to just hold on money. People hold on to their money. And many of us would have spoken to clients about buying one real estate or the other. And after a little discussion, they'll say, look, let me just hold on to my money. I'm sure many of us are used to that statement. Let me just hold on to my money. So people just want to hold on to their money. They're not willing to invest. And if they're not investing, we as practitioners are impacted. We are holding the short end of the stick because it is when they invest that we can make money for even from sales, agency fees, and all kinds of fees that we make when we do real estate transactions. The third one is increased competition for real estate services. Of late, there's been a major, next slide please. Of late, there's a major outrage on a lot of the fora where AMCON and the banks are offering surveyors some pittance for real estate services. And I'm glad to know that the institution is fighting this. Now, when you ask yourself, why is this so? It's because there are not enough jobs. There are not enough briefs outside there. So people are willing to accept anything that they're offered, basically in the belief that, look, let me just do this. I'll keep body and soul together. I'll keep my office running. When we get through the low ebb of this economy and things pick up, then we can go back to charging fees. We can go back to charging proper scale fees. And so that is the competition that exists amongst real estate professionals, where somebody may be asking for 10 naira for a job. The people who want to do this valuation or want the need of our service, maybe say, look, I can't pay 10 naira. I'm going to pay you 1 naira. And I have 3 or 4 other firms who are your colleagues who are willing to accept that. This is what the low GDP, the low economic outlook that we have is causing. I've talked about reduced footfall in the commercial outlets and so on, and I don't want to go through that again. We talk about quality of services drop. As we go through these difficult times, the quality of our services actually drop. Because when you are not getting you're not getting proper remuneration for a lot of your services, you don't want to put your best foot forward. So again, we have one of the problems that we are going to have all through this period is that the quality of real estate services being provided will drop. The problem is that it will impact us negatively, even when we go back to a period where there is a boom and the economy picks up. The last part thing I will mention is the result of the poor fees. Firms may be affected because they cannot meet their obligations. I think Mr. Abuja talked about that at the beginning. Firms are shutting down. People cannot pay salaries. So they are glad to shut down their firms and reduce staff. In the long run, we may find that many of us may not even be able to meet our naive subscriptions. If you can't meet your naive subscriptions, the next thing is that the institution will strike you out of the list of surveyors. So these are the problems that come with the low GDP that we're experiencing and the poor economic outlook. Now, in conclusion, the last slide, sir. In conclusion, as I round up, I just I looked at it and I said, what do we do at a time like this? As we go through the challenges of decreasing GDP and its effect on the economy and subsequent effect on real estate practice, there are a couple of things that we must bear in mind. And the first one is that economic boom and lows are normal in any economy. They're cyclical in most economies. So as we go through our decreasing GDP in Nigeria, we must also bear in mind that better days will come. It's important that we bear in mind that economies go through high and low. And that's why I said in the last slide, I said, even if if the quality of our services, or the quality of the services we're offering now, the quality of our valuation reports are decreasing, we must remember that these reports will be used to judge us 3, 4, 5 years from now when we begin to enjoy a boom. Secondly, in the intervening period, as we go through this period, a lot of us should take advantage of the opportunity to improve our knowledge, take courses, attend programs. We're lucky now, virtually everything is being done online and virtual. You don't need to travel anymore. It used to be very difficult to go for some of these courses and these programs, but these days you can take them. You can take these programs from the comfort of your office. This is the time where we can begin to look at taking courses, deepening our knowledge of our profession, looking at areas where we can carve out a niche, looking at where we can specialize, in terms of real estate services that we offer. The third one is be creative. Let us be creative about seeking and sourcing briefs. Even in periods of economic constriction, opportunities exist, and only the prepared and the creative will see it and can tap into it. Now, let me explain that a little further. The president said we were together yesterday, and yes, we were together. And this discussion came up. And I don't know whether it was him or one of us said, listen, every major job, every major valuation that we get as surveyors, maybe today, the Nigerian customs say they want to value their assets. Let's not believe that it dropped from the sky. If you hear that kind of job, some surveyor somewhere initiated it. Please, I want us to understand that. Some surveyor somewhere initiated it. the use of our services is still at a very low level. Many, even at government levels and organizations, they do not understand what we do. So many times we have to go out there and tell them, look, we are available to offer you this service. This is the service that we offer that can add value to you. And that's why we say that even in the periods of times like this, even at times like this, opportunities exist. In good times, in bad times, opportunities exist. And only the prepared and the creative can see it and tap into it. Let's seek new vistas of practice. There's still so many areas of our practice that we are not into. The most common one is development. I sit down with all of us and say, look, let 5, 6 of us pool money together and do one bungalow. If we pool money together and build a bungalow and sell, and we are doing that every year or every 2 years, in 10 years, we would have made enough money to be doing development on our own. So we need to begin to also look at new vistas, areas that we can go into in terms of our practice. Finally, with some of the negative impact of low GDP on our practice, it's important that we as estate surveyors and valuers work with our clients, tenants, and every other person who uses our services through these tough times, so that as they manage their challenges and we are with them through these periods, when the good times come, they will always remember and keep us on the forefront whenever they have estate practice briefs for us. With this, I round up and I say thank you for listening. God bless you. Thank you very much. Last slide is thank you for listening. Unmute, unmute, unmute.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Very beautiful. A lot of things to take away from ESV Chudi Boss's presentation. The times may be hard now, but better days are coming. It's always a cycle. And so what we are being told is to prepare ourselves. Now we are in the bad times, and it's an opportunity, even in this bad time, to improve ourselves. Take courses. I believe now that these days, probably you can even negotiate for those courses that you want to take and say, you know how the economy is, let's bring this cost down. You know, so it's an opportunity to improve ourselves and to get creative, to improve our knowledge, to get creative in seeking briefs. The statistics may not be very fantastic, but they are coming to get better. And so we should be prepared when the statistics get better to also take advantage of it. Thank you very much, ESV Chudi Bossi, for that wonderful once again. At this point, I'd like to ask if ESV Victor Alonga is online now to give us his keynote address. If ESV Victor Alonga is online now to give us his keynote address.
He's not with us, please.
Can you put it in the screen here so that I can introduce it? Okay, while we are still waiting for Niesv Abuja to join us, in order for us to move ahead quickly, we'll be introducing the next speaker. Our next speaker is Niesv Oladapo Olaiya. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. Niesv Dapo Olaiya obtained the National Diploma in Town and Regional Planning from Federal Polytechnic, Nasarawa, between 1985 and 1987. Then he proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife between 1988 and 1993, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Estate Management. He started his professional career at Dia Fatimile & Co., where he worked as a trainee estate surveyor from 1995 to 1996. He later joined Jide Taiwan Co. in 1996, where he worked and rose to the position of associate partner in charge of Port Harcourt branch, coordinating the firm's operations in the Niger Delta and Southeast regions. He resigned his appointment at Mrs. Jide Taiwan Co. in January 2004 to pioneer the establishment of the practice of Dapo Olaiya Consulting. Dapo Olaiya Consulting is a fast-growing firm of estate surveyors and valuers. He's a fellow of our great institution. He's a facility management professional accredited by the International Facilities Management Association. He's an active player in the activities of our great institution, serving as a member of the membership committee of the Niesv National Council. At the branch level, he has served in various capacities and has held many executive positions. He was a past chairman of the Niesv River State branch from 2014 to 2016. A devout Christian, that was happily married to Niesv Shade Olaiya. He enjoys jogging, playing table tennis, Scrabbles, chess, and traveling. Please join me as I welcome ESV Dapo Olaya to take us to the next presentation.
Good afternoon, distinguished noble colleagues. I'll start by appreciating our National President, ESV Chief Ima Okaswike, the keynote speaker today, in the person of our second Vice President, ESV Victor Alonge. Also recognize and appreciate the chairman of this branch, ESV Lance Agaji, the chairman of the planning committee of this MCPD. I want to say a big thank you to you for the honor. This is actually a great privilege to be among colleagues, and this is actually very key for me because it's the first time that we're speaking in the virtual MCPD. We've done a series of meetings, but I have the privilege of being watched all over the world. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, my senior colleague, ESV Chudi Bosi, for that wonderful presentation. You've actually helped settle a part of my presentation. I will just run through it when I get there. Now, I'm asked to speak on the topic, approach to real estate marketing in the pandemic era, imbibing the new normal. Focus is going to be on the way forward in the new normal and economic reality. We are in a very, very trying time, but I tell people what a time to be alive. The last time the world was shut down was over 100 years ago. And for me, it's an opportunity because it's actually a reset. I've been running, all of a sudden, the forces that controls nature pressed on pause. So just like the disruption caused by the information technology, this pandemic, next slide, has caused a major disruption to the norms of human existence in the 21st century. We all witnessed the impact. Nobody could fly, our overwhelmed. All activity of man, including going to church, was put to stop. And even the seas, the oceans, was at peace. We couldn't go to work. A lot of us were even afraid of leaving our homes. But thankfully, the so-called lockdown was lifted and we were asked to go about doing our stuff again. But like when you experience storm, after a storm, you see calm, but immediately after the calm, you look behind you and you see ruins. So a lot of things has happened to us humans. So as estate surveyors, the economy of Nigeria heavily challenged. As professionals, a lot of things about us must change because it has actually changed. So like certain things about life and how they impact our day-to-day private and business lives. in different degrees, impacted every aspect of life. And the shock of it is that it has grounded the entire world, both the powerful and the weakest of all nations. But you know, or do you know, that in spite of all that is going on, people have lost their jobs, people have lost businesses, some people have even died. During this post-lockdown, which is the time we call the new normal, a lot of professionals are doing so well. They don't even know that anything has happened. What they did is they analyzed what has happened and they came up with how they will do their business, and a lot of them are doing well. Now, the difference between them and those of us or those professionals that are not doing well is actually in what they know. Remember in my opening speech, I said a reset. We all have computers, we all have phones. When it gets to a point where you just have to reset your computer, when you reset it, you discover that it becomes more efficient, except it is not operating on the current operating system. So I hope those of us listening to me and those of us who are here, I hope our system is carrying the latest updates. So today we'll be looking at 4 key points. The new normal as it affects our economy and practice. We'll be looking at the need for us as estate surveyors and valuers to upscale our knowledge and expertise. And we'll also be looking at how to turn these challenges to new goals. And lastly, I will share some of the things that I call some proven business building, real estate marketing tips that we need in this new era that we call the new normal. So we're looking at, first, we'll be looking at the impact of the new normal as it affects our economy. Because of time, I will dwell a lot on the last 2 aspects, because the first 2 points here are things that we can actually run through, must have heard about it or even experienced it one way or the other. So how did this new normal, how is it affecting our economy? First of all, you can't even move close to people. You can't gather closely without some form of restrictions. You'll be asked to wash your hands, use hand sanitizer, and then maintain social distance. There's no way that will affect the way we work. There's no way it will affect our income if we don't apply those protocols properly. So all sectors of the economy is affected. Our healthcare, like we know, has been heavily overstretched. Lagos may be calling for another lockdown because people have started dying again. We talk about second wave is coming up, and trust me, we don't have the facility to do anything health-wise in this country. But God will help us in the name of Jesus Christ. The oil and gas sector, of course, we know, was really affected. There are some points in the US, people were being paid to collect crude because the price of crude oil went into negative. The logistics sector suffered. The aviation is just picking up. Some airlines can't even carry full capacity. They are maintaining social distance in the aeroplane. So everything is being affected. Of course, government, the resources of our government is shrinking. Local government, state government, federal government, they all had to redo their budgets. They scaled down. The food and retail businesses, who will go to eat when there is a lockdown, when there's restriction of movement? Of course, the real estate business, the real estate sector of the economy also suffered some setback. Our naira had to be devalued. It was weakened against the naira. There is decline in the foreign exchange earnings of both businesses in the country and even the government. Maybe it's been declared or not, Nigeria is actually in a second recession as we speak, because the statistics are there. Then how does all of this, how does it affect our profession? I have it here that the new normal has great impact on our practice. Our evaluation, those of us who score competence and where we depend solely on valuation, you see that the need for our service is at its low. Commercial and residential properties are suffering very, very dearly. Go to Lagos, go to Port Harcourt, you see vacancies everywhere. There is a shrinking in demand for retail spaces. Rents are dropping drastically. People are calling to terminate tenancies because they can't continue. They've been asked to work from home. So why pay for 1,000 square meters when 99% of your staff cannot come to work? I have friends in the oil sector. They said it's not possible. They can't resume this year. So they've been home since March. And then, so why would such companies, why would they renew the tenancies? So what we experience is more properties will become vacant as we get into the new year. Sales, because of shrinking financial resources of every operator in the economy, investment in capital ventures will definitely drop. And real estate, we all know, is a capital-intensive project. So both individuals, corporations, even governments, their need to buy properties at this time may not be as we used to have it. And everybody wants to sell because cash is king. So when you have supply and you don't have corresponding demand, so you just, you see we professionals getting frustrated. Those who are getting the major hits are actually those who are managing real estate right now. Property managers, facilities managers, they are experiencing a hard time. Why? Cases of rent default is very high. Clients will call you even before their tenancy period expires. Say, the rent we're paying, 30,000 naira per square meter. There's no way we can sustain it. You have to reduce it. And we have had to say no to one or two, and we lost one of them. So what we do now is anybody that comes up with the request, want to renegotiate rent, we normally ensure that we call all the stakeholders to the table, because there's no better time to collaborate in keeping tenants than now. So there's always a collaboration between the property managers, the property owners. If there is any financier, they all come together and say, hey, these guys are paying 30 million naira. They say if we don't reduce their rent, they will leave. If they leave, we don't know when we're going to get a replacement. So what do? We offer some of them 15%, 20% discount. For the very low level tenants, when they come for rent reduction, we don't listen to them, because if you reduce the rent, when there is a boom, it will be difficult for you to take it off. So what we give them is rent holiday. It's okay, we experience lockdown for 3 months, take 6 months, but you are paying the current rent, but you just must listen to them. There's increase in vacancy in both residential and commercial properties. For the facilities managers, when occupants are working from home and you have maybe 10% occupancy, those who really come to work, you still run the generator, you still pay the security, you still clean the premises. Now, for organizations that are working from home, it will be difficult for you to collect service charge from them, because if they don't pay you, threaten your biggest weapon is what? Or disconnect. They tell you go ahead, because they are not there anyway. So it's challenging. It's a big, big, big problem. So this makes service charge administration to be very, very tough for the facilities managers. And the cost of running the facilities is actually going up. Because one of the side effects of this new era is that the living has gone up. If you devalue the naira, most of the things we use in this country are imported. So you buy them with dollars. You import them from China. So the cost of construction, cost of asset, cost of whatever is going up. So the facilities managers are truly going through a big issue. So all in all, the prognosis is very, very bad. Next slide. Prognosis is very bad. So what do we need to do? There's a need for us to show empathy to clients. I've said some things about the empathy to clients and also to colleagues and our staff. During the lockdown, a lot of firms found it very difficult to pay staff. So the lesson our organization learned from that is every firm, every business should always work towards ensuring that if there is any disruption in business for 1 year, there's something you fall back to at least pay salaries, even if it's just basic, so that people will at least have what it takes to survive until everything is over. So this is a time to think. It's a time to be innovative in delivering our services and practice. Next slide, sir. Within the framework of this new normal. Considering the impact, how do we move on by providing solutions specific to the problem or aspects of our practice? We must understand that it is our role to redefine it and not just sit down and complain. We are to make progress and not just copy or to be led by others. So hence, what we need is for today, if you have not started doing it, to upscale your knowledge and expertise vis-a-vis all the aspects of practice. If your core business is management, you need to come up with how you will up your game. For those of us who are in property management, one of the things we do is routine inspection. We don't just go inspecting people's properties without first of all having a clear protocol on how you get it done. I should inform them ahead. Same thing for those of us who are in letting. We do inspections with people you don't know. You don't know where they are coming from. So apart from protecting them, you should protect yourself. So one of the things that we do is we insist, we carry hand sanitizers everywhere we go. We are with our masks, and we tell our clients ahead to inspect any, go there first and open all the doors so nobody touches any door. So you have the protocol. They won't touch any door, and you will bring out your hand sanitizer. And there's nobody today that you give hand sanitizer to use that will tell you that you are being too forward. So when they see that this is a responsible organization. So it's not the time to complain. How many of us, if I've read the book, Who Moved My Cheese? When the cheese moves, you don't complain because the cheese has actually moved. The way we do things this time last year cannot work now. And like one of my coaches will tell you, what took us here cannot take us there. That whatever you have done as a professional that has taken you to this point is not enough for the new period, which is the new normal that we're talking about. So there's need for every one of us to up our game in terms of our knowledge and our expertise. Why? There is a very serious external threat from artificial intelligence. There's nothing you can't get on the internet today. Nothing. Nothing. The whole world is watching the election that is going on in the US as we speak. Maybe when we're having our own election, they were monitoring us, seeing everything that we do. Look at the power that came with the MSAS saga. Somebody just did hashtag and the whole world went with it. So there is threat already. People don't need to really have valuers to know how much their property is worth. If you want to build, just Google. Of bungalow in Abuja, you will see it. So if you can do that, what do you need a quantity surveyor for? Hello? Hi. So that threat is there. So for you to be patronized as an estate surveyor and valuer in letting, in valuation, in facilities management, you have to be above board. You should have what you are bringing to the table in terms of value. You want to renovate this place, you can gather artisans. So why call someone that has a company that say we specialize in overhauling buildings? There has to be something it's bringing to the table. Please, let's work to upgrade ourselves so that artificial intelligence does not run us out of business. There's also this serious threat. The boundaries of our profession is gradually thinning. It is reducing. Let's not deceive ourselves. I won't encourage my son, my daughter to study estate management because by the time they are 25, maybe what will be left for them will be mortgage valuation in Nigeria. If we are not careful, we have lost, some of us have to go to IFMA to still be able to continue with facilities management. I just finished a course on auctioneering, not under Niesv because I want to be relevant. So we need to, let's not deceive ourselves. We are not facilities managers. You need to get the core competence to operate as facilities managers. Training that we engage on and in must be practical. Enough of MCPDs that is theory, and people go home, they even forget the topic. We should make our MCPDs to be what people can take home. Then, why people will patronize you is because they see you as a man of integrity. And for you to be perceived as a man or woman of integrity means you must practice ethically. Next slide. Now, what knowledge do you really require? You need new skills. What did I say? New skills. From your home, somebody calls you, the 3-bedroom flat in Gwarinpa, I want to inspect it. Say, no, you don't need to come. Let me send you a video. And you walk through, the person sees the environment. First, you show him Google Map. And you walk him through the premises, walking through the property while somebody is talking. He will decide whether to come out physically or not. New skills. A lot of us are used to the old method. Like I said earlier, what took you here may not take you there. We need to find out what are the best practices and we start imbibing them. And how do you ensure that happens? You constantly study. Many of us like watching TV, like me. What do I watch? I watch YouTube. Somebody says during the lockdown, those who want to be rich have what they watch. And those who want to remain where they are, those who want to remain where they are, they watch Africa Magic. Apologies to the women. But please, for any topic, go to YouTube. You can sit down there and put how to sell a property. It is there. Somebody has done. You can get coaches that will train you for free. All you just need to do is sit down and keep watching. You should imbibe new technology. You should involve new process. A lot of us practice with the old generation professionals. And it's the same valuation that your boss gave to you to use as template, which you got from your boss. So you are using like first generation valuation templates in 2020. You are in serious trouble. You need to learn new process. The process of letting property management, valuation, sales 10 years ago is not the same today. It's one of the reasons it appears those who didn't study estate management, they are doing better than us. What do? They don't, okay, we'll get to that. Let me just leave it at, you need to evolve new process. Now, we're talking about the bad side, but there's actually great opportunities. How do we turn all these challenges, how do we turn them to new gold? Because there's actually new gold out there. We're even sitting on some of them. You need to change your attitude. We'll talk about that very soon. You need to look within for new opportunities. Seriously, you don't need to look too far away. Everything you need is around you. What you need to do is just look and do the right thing. You get them. You need to be very innovative and be very creative. You need to keep in touch with your clients, both current and old clients. You need to do research. Our senior colleague just talked about GDP. How many of us read GDP reports? You should research. You should know everything about your market. You should know everything. You should be current with the happenings in the economy, because the happenings in the economy will actually direct the way you think, the way you see things. Right now, one of the areas where there's great opportunities for you and I is that there is a lot of money available to be spent. Ask me, how did you know that? The interest rate as of today is less than 5%. So those who have their monies in the bank are looking for where to take it to. And one of the things we advise people in Lagos, those who we know that have money, you have your money, you get the land. It's JV. Somebody will have land. You use your 500 million to do 7 floors in Banana. And it's shared. We'll go in 24 months' time, we're out. This is what you will get. I can't tell you the percentage, but there's nobody that has the money who is ready to take the risk that is not going into it. How do you know that? It's when you have the right mindset, not looking at the cheese where it was before. Meanwhile, the cheese has moved. So you also need very serious negotiation skills. A lot of us surveyors are timid. We don't open our mouth. And our looks also sometimes is not looks that can make anything that is called prosperity to come your way. The thing I tell our staff is, look at yourself in the mirror. Will you do business with you? If you can't say yes, please go back and change. We'll be calling clients. The product is also, how much is it? Say 15 million. Is your shoes looking 15 million? We need, those are part of the things that we use to do negotiations. They will negotiate your fee to 10,000 naira if you look cheap. But when they see you, you are looking very serious. I'm not saying you should look rich, but let there be something that tells people that this person is a professional. They will beg you. with 150,000 naira for a job that you happily do for 80,000 naira. Now, I've said, in spite of all the challenges, there's great opportunities. This new normal, with all its uncertainties, also comes with a huge, fresh opportunities for us professionals. A study of the GDP sectoral growth reveals that some aspect of the economy is actually experiencing growth. And businesses in this sector will be able to do the following, among other things. They will attract significant investment. They will spend more on capital expenditure, and they will be highly considered by lending institutions for loans. Banks don't give money to those who need it. Banks give money to those who can pay them back. And they look at you, you can't pay back. They normally do the necessary checks. It is the sector of the economy actually growing right now that the banks will consider doing business with. There was a time in the Niger Delta, if you bring any transaction from some oil companies, they won't do, because they know that their funds will not come out in 2-3 years. So it is dead on arrival. So, but if you study the GDP, sectoral growth, the next slide will show the sectors that are doing well at the moment. Next slide, please. You see, so if you are close to any one of them, or if you know how to find them, please go to them with your proposals. They are the ones that have the money as we speak. Number one on it is the fishing sector. That means agriculture. Next to it is telecoms. Then we have coal mining. I'm driving it home now. To us professionals, you need to thrive at this time, not just survive. And the author of the book, Chicken Soup for the Soup, said, whether you are just getting started, because I know some of those listening to me are still very fresh, or you are a veteran in this profession, you must seek excellence for your life and your practice. Excellence is what will take you there. And it begins with you getting clients. Next slide. A lot of us complain the big firms are taking all the jobs. So firm is dominating the market. What you refuse to recognize is that stars are born every day. Some people are occupying the top and you are just coming in. It's just a matter of time. You will work yourself up there if you aim at it. And it all begins and ends with you getting clients. And getting clients is not so difficult. You need to learn how to generate what I call client leads. As a professional, nobody will know you. Nobody will know that you even went to school. Nobody will know that you're an estate surveyor and valuer if you don't tell them. So, as an estate surveyor and valuer, you will have two jobs. One of it is develop your career, develop your competence, develop all that it is to do with your profession. Then develop lead generation. To succeed, you must have client leads. I came into Abuja with a flight, Arik. In that flight, we're not less than 70 or 90. Trust me, at least one of them will need accommodation in Abuja. That is a lead. How come the person is not calling me or is not calling you? But you know what? Eventually, he will find a place. He may come into town that all that he needs to do is to get a valuation job done. And he will go back with that valuation job done. The job will not go to the best guy. It will not go to the most competent person. It will not go to the most popular person. It will go to the person that that man is led to. So as a professional, the second most important job that you must really get on top of is lead generation. I got that from the book written by Gary Keller, The Millionaire Real Estate Agent. I recommend that book for everybody. If you go online, you can buy it. It's about $24 from Amazon. Very wonderful book. It will change your life. Like I said, nobody knows you except you tell them. In this room, I think I only know Okpe. But I won't live here without knowing all of you, because I will start doing business with you after now. So I will move you from being a lead to a prospect, if for nothing, firm to firm. Now, what you do to drag the leads in before you start converting them to prospects and to making them to be customers or clients is marketing. Marketing is the core of the real estate business. I go to some offices and I see everybody sitting down in the office. What are you doing there? And at the end of the month, the staff will be complaining, they're not paying us salary. The boss is complaining, my staff are not productive. The point there is both of you just don't know that this practice is also business. Marketing is the fuel that drives real estate business. And the background is that you just have to think about it. Now think, whether it's letting, sales, valuation, property management, or facilities management, you just must unleash your full power of marketing to generate leads and ultimately attract clients who desire your service. If you sit in your office, they will go to the next office because the person in the next office has done something that is bringing them in. A lot of us, we are very active on the social media. What we're doing on social media is we are playing. The day my life changed on Facebook, somebody posted, you want to make money on Facebook? Of course, you say yes. He said, go click setting, click account, click exit. You want to make money on Facebook? Get out of Facebook. Because people are making money on Facebook while you are playing. So what do? Start using Facebook to make money. There's something we do in my firm, whether I'm there or not. There is 2 posts that goes out. There's no time we do a post that we don't get to at least one business. So I won't be on Facebook with my fine suit. And receive 1,000 likes. Instead, that one person will call me about. So you just must unleash your power. So what you focus on that moves. And when you're doing marketing, it just has to be conscious. If what you choose is advertising in magazines like that, don't do it in 2 months. And you said, I did the advert in 2 months and nobody called me. Give it at least 6 months. And trust me, a call will come that will result in a sale that will pay for all the adverts that you will be making for life. So don't give up. It's like shedding weight. Don't just do it for 2-3 weeks and then you drop it. It must be continuous for it to be effective. So you must market effectively and consistently. That is when you see any progress. So the question now is, next slide. How can you do it effectively to a point of being able to get enough instruction? Because that's what we're all talking about at this time, when everything is said to be down. Remember, I said it, that the real estate market is a very funny one. Some people are doing very well, making, as it were, all the money, and the majority are there complaining. Meanwhile, all they just need to do is fall in line, find out what those guys are doing, and you see how it will work for you. So how can you do it effectively to get enough instructions, make enough revenue, and importantly, you thrive, even at this time that majority of us are saying that the economy is down, people are not buying properties, tenants are leaving. But you know what? As you're saying that, people are renting, people are buying, people are doing valuation. I know a guy that collected fee of almost 10 million naira this week from a valuation he did last month. So now we're talking about the way forward. Now speaking to us professionals, I'm talking to my people. So I'll say it the way it is. The objective is to get some of us irritated, get some of us angry, but above all, get those who are serious, motivated, and challenged to take the new step. So the first thing in my way forward is, please don't be a dabbler. You will hear that letting is what is happening now. You run into letting. Sales, you run into sales. Valuation, you run into valuation. This is not the time. This is the time to identify what already works. Do more of what works. So for you not to dabble, for you not to just be running around scatter, you need to move from being interested to being committed. Are you interested in growing your business? The answer is yes, right? But the question is, are you committed? Being committed is not what you answer. It's in what you do. You focus. For instance, if what you want to achieve between now and the end of the year is 10 instructions, that is an interest. You are interested in doing it. Now, getting committed to it is finding out what you need to do, no matter what it takes, and you do it. For those of us who do exercise, there are times you wake up in the morning. It's difficult to even put on your shoes, not to talk of going out to jog. But because you have told yourself, I'm going to do 10,000 steps at least 4 times every week, no matter what it takes. Now, if you put no matter what it takes and you do it, that is what is called commitment. And when you move from just getting interested to getting committed, you will definitely see your productivity increasing. In those days, I won't mention the name of the company. As a young man, they will give us targets, 10 instructions per week. Now, when they say 10 instructions per week, to a lot of us, it's impossible, it's impossible, it's impossible. But you know what? By the time your head of department gives you enough pressure, we'll go out. Some of us will come with the 10 instructions. You will meet somebody in the market, just one person, and that person will lead you to 10, in fact, sometimes 15. You now apply wisdom. If I release all this 10 this week, they will raise our targets next month. So you release 7 this week and you bring out another 7. Now, that is what the shift from just being interested to becoming committed. That's what it does. It gives you what you want, and it also gives you far, far beyond what you expect, then please don't dabble. The way you will know that you're not dabbling is have a plan. Have a plan and let your plan be written. Between now and the end of the year, if you don't have a plan for this year, or you have discarded your plans because of COVID-19 pandemic, please go back to your plan and put commitment into whatever you are doing. No matter what it takes, you will see some extraordinary thing happening. Your plan can be 90 days, can be 60 days, but what we do in our own firm is every year plans. We have a plan in place, plan for 2021, and we reduce it to quarter, we reduce it to month, we reduce it to week, and we follow it. Then, as an individual, whatever you say is your plan that you have put commitment into, have somebody that is your accountability partner. When you're doing what works, I have them around me. If I want to do anything, I will make a lot of noise about the project so that even me, I can't say I won't do it again. That's one of them. Don't be a dabbler. It's dangerous to be a dabbler at this time. If you're a dabbler now, you will money, you will lose time, you will lose energy. You put in all of that in this post-lockdown period and you don't get the right result. So if what works for you is letting, please remove your eyes from management, valuation, sales. When they come, do it. Hello? Because you have the competence to do them anyway, but don't get distracted. I don't get distracted. Where I live, everybody does compensation. I look at it, I don't have the patience. I'll put a proposal, it will take 1 year before they call one of us, and you do the job, they pay you 2 years after. Some people will have died before that time. So what I will do now, that will give me income next week, the very most, next quarter. So I am focused at what I'm doing. I get the right result. They are focused on what they do. When they do the compensation, they pay them big money. Some of them don't need to work again after that one compensation job. But for you, you know what you do that works. Please stay on your lane. Don't be a dabbler. Now, way forward 2. This is the tricky part. This is where all of us were guilty. Now, how many of us will receive a call from a client and you tell the client that I will call you back? Research has it that over 88% of estate surveyors and valuers don't call back. But you know what? The money is made and lost in follow-up. Now, how many of us have received a call from a client that you're supposed to do something and you don't do it? 2 weeks later, you see the person in a property that you have instruction of, and is living in that property. Apparently, another agent has done the job. That's what happens when you don't follow up. And what is follow-up? I'll conclude follow-up with that. I won't say it now. Follow-up is follow-up. Follow-up is follow-through. Follow-up is follow-back. Now, the first follow-up under follow-up is you receive or somebody gives you referral. My friend wants to buy a property in Maitama, and you call the person. And the person tells you, what I need in Maitama is a terrace house. And you say, I will call you back by 4 o'clock. By 4 o'clock, the man is waiting for your call. True of us. You didn't call. You wait till the next day. This guy is not serious. He has already made up his mind. He will call somebody because he needs to buy a property. So follow-up is really following up. Make the call. After you've made the call, schedule the next call. Schedule the next appointment. And between the time you made the first call and the time you told him that you are going to call him or see him or do him a mail or WhatsApp, do something so that by the time you are making the next call, there is something you are bringing to the table. The major reason we don't call back is because we've actually done nothing. We don't have information to give to him. But trust me, you make money in follow-up. You lose money when you don't follow up. The second follow-up is follow-through. Now, follow-through is anything you tell the client that you will do. Please do it. When you say you will do it, I will send you a list of all the properties that we have. You get it before the close of business today. And all the things you need to do to make that happen, you can't do it 5 o'clock. Call the man. Sir, all the options that are found, none of them meet your requirements. Give me till 5 a.m. I will still keep talking to my colleagues. And you do some, that way it won't move away. So follow through is anything that you've mentioned to the client that I will send you an email. I will bring the offer letter. We will go out for inspection. Do it. Follow through. Now, the last one is follow back. At what point should you stop following up a client? It's when they die. Because after a client calls you and you give him what he wants, it becomes one of your army for future businesses. Anybody that has bought a property will buy again. Anybody that has rented a property will rent again. Anybody that's giving you instruction to do valuation will do valuation again. So between the time you met his need the first time and the time he will need that service, you need to be in touch with the client. And that aspect of follow-up is the easiest to do. You just wait for time of celebration. Independence Day, you send him something. Christmas period, send him something. Not necessarily gifts. We're all on WhatsApp now. Have a database and work on your database. You should move from being, okay, if you are my WhatsApp, if you're my friend, that's your phone number is on my phone and you're on WhatsApp. If you click and you click my picture, you see your #1 real estate solution provider. I'm not saying I'm the #1, but for everybody that comes my way, I want to be your #1. For everybody that is out there, they know at least 4 estate agents or 4 estate surveyors and valuers, and they also have a #1. No matter what the remaining of you do, you can't become #1. But you know what? The #1 will misbehave one day, and #2 will become #1. #4 will become #1. The position of #1 is always vacant, waiting for the next person to be the #1. So you get to become #1 when you do follow back very, very effectively. Now, how do you do follow-up? You should make time for follow-up. You should know the best time to contact them. You should know the best way to contact them. You should meet them at where they're comfortable. Some people is their office. Some is golf course. Some is in parties. Some is in clubs. Some is in pubs. Find out where to meet them, and you do that. Then you should also have a script. You don't just go to them without having what to say. So how do you get to that? That's not on my side, but let me just share it. It's 3 C's: connect, converse, and convert. Somebody calls you or you call somebody. That's a connection. You are sitting with someone in a conference. That is connection. You are sitting with somebody in the aeroplane or you are trapped together in the lift. Make the connection and start a conversation. We should go online and master real estate scripts. Have elevator speeches. Have elevator pitches. You shouldn't be caught by surprise. A lot of us are looking for Dangote. The day I catch him in the lift, there's no my card will enter it. I will collect his own. I won't miss it. And I know what to do thereafter. You connect, you start a conversation, and you convert him from just being somebody you see from far to either a client, a prospect, a lead, or whatever. So you need to follow up because the money is made and is lost in follow-up. Have I touched something? Okay. All right. The next way forward right now is you need to master how to manage your time. I had 2 major appointments this morning, clashing, 10 o'clock. Management committee at the national level and this MCPD. I didn't give any apology at membership. I just connected on my phone. I removed the picture and I muted the mic. It's already recorded that Polaya attended. So I have fulfilled purpose in that committee. Now I need to be here. So we need to prioritize. We need to do a lot of things with our time. But you know what? We are advised to stop managing time. I just did this. Can I control time? No. So stop attempting to manage time by having schedules. Between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock, I will do this. Between 8 o'clock, that's what they say we should be doing. The only part of your day that works is between 5 a.m. and 7 o'clock in the morning. When you pray, read, meditate, do exercise. The moment you come out, you get to the office and a phone call will come. So the client will now call me, I want to buy a property in Asokoro. And I say, actually, sir, my schedule, this is the time that I want to observe my quiet time. It doesn't work that way. So don't attempt to control time. Don't attempt to manage time. But what should you do? You answer questions and make those questions to determine the things that you do. Like what I do every morning when I wake up. What am I going to do today? Okay, what do I have to do today to win 1 new client? What do I need to do today to conclude the transaction that I have pending? Who am I supposed to follow up today that I will move from being just a lead to becoming a client? Where am I going to get the instruction? Because all we're talking about is what? Instruction, instruction, instruction. Now, and that can be reduced to what we call checklists. I talked about having a plan. That's actually your checklist for the year. Every day, you should have things that you are supposed to do as a surveyor. A typical day of an estate surveyor. You do inspection, you make calls, you write letters, put all of them there. So at the end of the day, you tick the ones that you have done. Anyone you've not done, that is time for it, you do it. You will discover that if you do that, you will get a lot of things done. Then the 4th one is get organized. I'm already running out of time, so I'm going to rush through getting organized. How do you get organized? Get involved with projects that helps your career and helps your business. We have 3 projects that are categorized here. You begin to do income producing projects. Get involved with business improvement projects. Do system effective projects. Now, these 2 projects, if you go back to areas that I said you should develop competence on and up your game, they are actually there. Those activities are summarized here. Now, what do we do as estate surveyors and valuers? Most of us only focus on income generating projects. You have to get involved with all of it. If you're a starter, you should be doing income generating projects. But if you are already if you have spent 3, 4, 5 years in practice, you should have a system that works. I can off my phone and not put it on for 3 years. My firm will run. They will do valuation and seal it. They don't need me. They sign checks. They do transfer because we have a system in place. So you should have a system that works. I have too many ideas. Where do I start? Start with the why. The why is the reason. Right now, there's pandemic, right? If you don't make enough money, you're in trouble. That is enough why. Instructions may not come the way they should. I need instruction. That is a big why. For those of us who have been around for a while, we want to be in the first 10%. That when Nigerian Customs wants to do valuation, your name will be one of the names that will be called upon. That is a why. Then money to motivate you to work. How much is the amount that you use in running your life and your practice? Let's say it's X amount. If you don't make X amount, it means you are running your firm in deficit, true of us. So that is the least amount you should make. But you're not just supposed to survive. You're supposed to try. So what is that breakthrough amount that you want? You set a target very high. Before you know it, you will hit it if you do what you're supposed to do. Then you list 10 reasons why you need that money. You'll get there. The fifth, the sixth, which is what I may likely close with, is believe in yourself, believe in possibility, and be confident. This is not the time to doubt yourself. Way forward, don't doubt yourself. Believe in possibilities. The Bible says, God, all things are possible. The same Bible says, for all those who believe, these are Christians, all those who believe, all things are possible. So, everything is possible if you believe. You wake up every morning thanking God or thanking yourself or whatever you feel like thanking for what happened yesterday. Don't focus on people who are dying. Focus on the good things that is around. Then commit to one IPP. One IPP is income producing project. You should spend at least 1 hour every day making calls. Then you learn first before you earn. We'll be saying a lot of things during this new era. A lot of us want to start running. I've said some things that we want to do. Don't just jump into it and expect income to start coming. Go and learn. You learn to earn so that you end well. A lot of us want to retire and own a vessel so that you can be cruising around the whole world. It is possible. You want to own a private jet, it's possible. But you need to develop your capacity to the point where you can achieve that, because you cannot become anything until you develop capacity to get there. Then, above all, please get a mentor. I've had the opportunity of being mentored by the best in this industry. I also have coaches online. I won't mention their names so that you don't use the tricks that I learned from them against me. Go. No, you don't know my mentors that are on the computer. So this is not the time to actually complain. There is a lot of opportunities right now. A lot. And I mean it, a lot. Don't look at the ones that are failing. Think for valuation, the banks are still giving valuation. For sales, properties are still, there's no better time to even sell properties than now. All you need to do is find a buyer. There's a property that I've been trying to sell in Port Harcourt for almost 3 years. God is my witness. And yeah, 3 people are struggling to pay as we speak today. Do you understand what I'm saying? So people are buying, people are letting, people are selling. Now, during recession, that's when I discovered the biggest knowledge as to how to close deals. The first recession that happened immediately after APC came into power. Sellers are highly motivated now. Before, they will tell you have to pay me once. Now, somebody wants to sell a property for 30 million naira. There is school fees to pay. abroad. All he needs may be 5 million. So just, sir, the man wants to pay 25. Say, let him bring it. He come back. He say he wants to pay twice. So he will collect it because he has problem to solve. It's happening again. So don't look for non-motivated sellers. Look for sellers that are highly motivated. They are everywhere. Same thing with property management, same with valuation, a lot of opportunities out there. So I'm here challenging you, encouraging you. This is not the time to complain, because before you know it, you will be 50 if you're not 50 yet. Before you know it, you'll be 60. Before you know it, you'll be 70. You will be 80. And your children and grandchildren will be asking you, I said, Daddy, they say you are an estate surveyor and blah, blah. What we know is that those people, they make a lot of properties. What happened to you? So I leave you with this. Please let passion rule you. If you don't have passion for practice, your passion will rule, and before you know what, you will thrive even at this time. So my last slide too is thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It's there's so much to take away, so much to put together, that my head is just blowing up. And I hope that to all of us listening also, we are taking a lot away from what we are hearing today. Quite a few things I noted: upscale knowledge and expertise. Upscale your knowledge and expertise. Like it's like it's being reiterated again, that this is an opportunity for us to increase, upscale our knowledge, upscale our expertise. Look for opportunities now to learn, so that when the boom comes, you are better prepared. You're in a position to take advantage. And it's not just for that time. Even for now, you are more creative. You see more opportunities. You see more ways to do business. Keep learning. Invest in an income-producing project. What are we working for? Practically to earn income. There may be passion, but you also, if your passion doesn't translate to income, I don't know. So invest, invest in an income-producing project. A lot of things have been put together. We will get the slides so that you can go back and look through it. Thank you once again, ESV Dapoolaya, for that beautiful presentation. At this time, we'll be going on a 5-minute commercial break. After that commercial break, then we'll be having our keynote address from ESV Kunle Alonge. So please, just 5 minutes for us to get together and take a breather, go ease yourself, wherever you may have been sitting, just stretch your legs, so that in 5 minutes time, we'll come back together to continue. We still have 2 speakers. I'm looking forward to their presentation. The 2 speakers, fantastic. Looking forward to what they have to say. So please, let's just take some time to refresh. Let me see. You said there are some questions. Can you mute me? So you have to be scrolling this ahead. You have to be scrolling there.
Because I like to stay for like 1 minute.
Can you Okay, can you?
Yes.
Okay. No. Well, welcome back to our 2020 MCPD. Well, welcome back to this MCPD for today. At this point, we would like to call on Niesv Abuja for his keynote address. Niesv Abuja for his keynote address.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Good afternoon,
Hello?
sir. We can hear you, sir.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay. Good afternoon, noble colleagues, the chairman of the branch. Of course, I need to recognize the president, who is the chief host of this program, the chairman of the branch exco members, and noble participants. Let me first of all apologize for delivering this very late. We are actually in the middle of a membership committee meeting. We intervened some candidates for membership of the institution, and I'm chairing one of the panels. So I apologize for actually coming to deliver this news. Let me start first of all by appreciating the chairman, officers and members of Abuja branch of the institution for organizing this seminar to improve the knowledge of our members on the seminar theme. The National Council of Niesv has a policy that requires every branch of the institution to hold at least one main MCPD program in a year. And I must say that it is commendable that Abuja branch has never failed in living up to this expectation. The choice of the theme of this MCPD is very timely. Estate surveyors and valuers require a good understanding of the importance of marketing skills to successful professional service delivery. The sub-themes that have been selected also indicate the depth of knowledge the seminar is expected to deliver to the participants. The choice of speakers is also very impressive. From what I have seen, it is a blend of experience and even generational representation in the profession. I'm very proud, and I'm very proud of this. The noble colleagues, the last few months have been particularly challenging for humanity generally, as the entire world has been struggling with the challenges of the novel coronavirus pandemic, which has affected every sphere of our lives. The world economy has during this period recorded significant decline, and our own economy has not been spared of the economic hardship unleashed by this phenomenon. The businesses of our members and those of their clients have been adversely impacted. Apparently, the world is not out of the woods yet, as another wave of the pandemic has already commenced in Europe, the United States, and other places. There is no doubt that the pandemic has disrupted life and performance in most sectors. Some have been lucky to have the capacity to withstand the shocks. The telecommunication sector, for instance, has been the bright spot during the pandemic, as business owners and individuals now rely on technology for meetings and milestone celebrations. Other sectors such as aviation, education, and trade have crashed under the weight of the pandemic. Unfortunately, real estate sector, where we belong, is among the significant losers of the current crisis. The impact of the pandemic on the real estate sector is unique in that it is not felt immediately by key stakeholders. The sector is a lagging indicator, which means that it can confirm long-term trends, but we cannot predict them. The fragmentation of the sector also means that different subsectors will feel the pinch of the virus differently than others. However, one common factor that all subsectors, there is one common factor, which is that all subsectors will be negatively affected. Now turning to post-pandemic world, virtually all sectors will have to reinvent themselves if they are to have any chance of surviving the tide. The real estate sector is not excluded. Like I said, the sector, a lagging economic indicator, has yet to catch up with Nigeria's economic recovery from the 2015-2016 recession. In the last 4 years, the real estate sector contracted by an average of 4.48%. And the sector has been facing both demand and supply challenges. So real estate marketing in the post-pandemic era clearly requires practitioners to imbibe the new normal as it unfolds, and we embrace it. Before COVID-19, the idea of prop tech was gradually gaining traction, mostly in the developed economy, and in some form in developing economies like Nigeria. And PropTech, we all know, is the application of technology to different aspects of real estate life cycle. And I must confess that this MCPD, focusing on an important component of that life cycle, which is marketing, is key and is very important. Since COVID-19, virtual tours of properties that are being marketed are now explored by agents, mainly as an enforced policy, because we have no choice, to comply with social distancing guidelines. But it is gradually promoting efficiency, because we will find out that it actually promotes economic efficiency. For Nigeria, however, adoption of technology, particularly within the property sector, may continue to be constrained by the nation's low broadband penetration. E-commerce has also emerged as a bright spot of this pandemic. As we all know, malls are now being replaced with online marketplaces, forcing even more brick and mortar stores to either downsize considerably or to close shop. And that has implications for our services. And because that could be leading to high vacancy rates, so we need to have, a creative approach to marketing real estate services so that aspect will be minimized. That is value adding, and that is where we come in. Why this trend may be good for consumers, because of convenience of actually ordering products and getting it even in your house, and smart entrepreneurs, those who saw that opportunity without having to invest, in brick and mortar, renting shops and so on. They could do it from the four corners of their home. It will impact on mall owners and retail occupants alike, as the pressure to shut down brick and mortar shops will grow. But the story is not all gloom. Some businesses and smart entrepreneurs have started to take advantage of the opportunities presented by the difficult times. This has shown that there is, after all, a silver lining in every adverse situation. The list of centibillionaires in the world has continued to grow. And you will remember that locally, 2 young Nigerians who graduated from Babcock University or thereabouts recently made a whopping $200 million, about 92 billion naira, from the sale of their startup business. I have referred to this example to show that the post-pandemic economic recovery will largely be knowledge and value driven, and our approach to marketing our services, property, will have to rely on this. They will have to be knowledge and value driven. The consumers of our services, the consumers of the services of estate surveyors and valuers have already started to demand for higher quality service in terms of the content of our service and the efficiency of delivery. We must therefore continue to improve our knowledge and professional content, like the way we are doing now, in order to be able to deliver better client-focused service. This is where this MCPD and its like become vital in improving our practice and professional competence. Noble colleagues, I therefore commend and equally charge all the participants at this seminar to take advantage of the opportunity offered by this seminar to improve their knowledge and practice concepts. We must also recognize the importance of ethics in our service delivery. We may be able to achieve so much in the short term through marketing, but if we are to be in it for the long haul, then we must embrace sound ethics. I therefore charge all the participants and our numerous members generally to live the motto of the institution, which is honesty and devotion, even as we brace up to the challenges of the new global order occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. Noble colleagues, Mr. President, the chairman, and members, I want to thank you for the opportunity accorded me in delivering this keynote address, and I wish you all a fruitful seminar. Thank you for your attention. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that keynote address. You touched on quite a number of things that is being addressed. Particularly, our next speaker will be speaking to quite of you touched on. So I'll be introducing our next speaker. She's ESV Toyin Olatunbo Swajala. She'll be speaking on e-transaction and internet marketing. So we're going to be learning how to put those things into practice. ESV Toyin Olatunbo Swajala is a consummate estate surveyor and valuer with professional experience spanning real estate investment appraisal, property management, valuation, sales, agency, interior design, and facilities management. She started her professional career with C. Ngobo and Associates, where she was the head of valuation department. Through efforts, she was able to build a clientele amongst major banks in the country for the purpose of valuation services. She later joined the valuation team at Jide Taiwo & Co., where her marketing execution of valuation instructions, as well as negotiating skills, were further developed. She was a top staff with several achievements to her credit. She's currently the principal partner of Toyin Olatunbo and Partners, a firm birthed with the passion for quality service and total customer satisfaction. Toyin is an associate member of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. She's also a facility management professional. She's a strong believer in personal and professional development, works hard to becoming the best version of herself, and equally teaching women to do so. She has a passion which has led to the birthing of Full and Overflowing Life Tribe and Best Version of Me Community, platforms that focus on helping women break free from all limiting conditioning. To aim for public speaking and leadership has led her to join Toastmasters International, an international organization that develops speaking and leadership skills worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, noble colleagues, please join me as I welcome ESV Toyin
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to share my screen now.
Name it on the document so that you can full screen this one. Yeah. Yeah. Just
All right, thank you very much for your patience. What took us here cannot take us there. I love that quote. Good afternoon, my fellow noble colleagues. My name is Niesv Abuja, and I am so delighted to be here sharing on a very important topic, and that is e-transaction and internet marketing. Before I start, I would first want to tell every one of us that my session is going to be very interactive. It's going to be interactive. I want people I will ask questions and I want you to hit the chat room and answer me. It's very important. Okay, so because of time, I will be fast, but then I want to ask every one of us, do you personally, do you have an account? You have social media, you have what else? You have a Twitter account or you have LinkedIn account. So I want to know if you have a personal social media account. So if you have it, please get to the chat room and let me see who is answering me. We need to talk together. Okay. I'm actually not seeing people responding yet, but then okay, they're raising their hands. Okay. All right. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Now I want to ask if you have, okay, all right. I have, all right. I'll see. Do you have a business account? Because that's where I'm going. You have a personal account, yes, but do you have a business account? If you have a business account, let me know and tell me what exactly is the account. Is it Facebook you have? Is it Facebook you have, or you have Twitter, or you have Instagram? That's for business now. Can I see people out there? Okay, yes. Yes, I see someone said, yes, I have. All right, thank you. You have Facebook account. Beautiful, beautiful. The title of my speech today, as I said, is e-transaction and internet marketing. And then you might be asking, what are you to expect? In this session, we are going to be talking about what digital marketing is and why it is very important. We'll talk about the benefits and appropriate tools that you are going to use. we'll talk about how does digital marketing, how exactly does it work? We have a case study that we are going to be a very interesting case study about Coca-Cola. Then we also have importance of media team, the expectations of all the key players. And then we'll be wrapping up with what e-transaction is. And then we'll be having a closer look at remitter. I have this very important quote by Bill Gates. And it says, if your business is not on the internet, then your business will be out of business. If your business is not on the internet, then your business will be out of business. Why? Because I want to even make mention of what Niesv Abuja talked about, that now we are in a season where things have changed. Business is no longer the way we do it. And so it's very important that we take every initiative, we are creative enough to know that it's very important, especially now with the advent of the global pandemic. We know that a lot of people, especially at the heat of the lockdown, a lot of people moved online. And I discovered that at that time, some businesses that were not, they didn't get the online. Through that time, there was a low level of sales. So I want to ask, if your business is not on the internet, then we need to do something about your business. Now you might be asking, what is internet marketing or digital marketing? Digital marketing is a means of advertising your products and services through digital channels. And we have a lot of channels by which you can sell, or by which you can bring your whatever it is you're selling, that you can bring it out. We have different brands, we have the email, we have the video, we have social media, and also we have website-based marketing opportunities. Why digital marketing? Why digital marketing? We have some statistics here that I want us to check. The first one is saying the world population is estimated to be around 7.8 billion people. And out of these 7.8 billion people, more than half of the world, they now use one form of social media or the other. As Africans, we utilize hours and 10 minutes a day. 99% of total social media users, mobile device. And that is what we are talking about, either your smartphone or maybe your iPad. So you access 99% of total social media users, they use their mobile device. We also have 55% of buyers, they do their research on media. They do their research online. Now we have, for the last one, there are about 25 million business profiles on Instagram. And so I want to ask, is your profile or your business, is it on Instagram or on any of these social media platforms that we have? And so I want to ask every one of us, all right, this is a place where we will have to interact again. I want to ask us that out of all these statistics, which one of them jumps at us? All right, which one of these statistics caught our attention? So I want you to chat me, send me your reply or your comment. Is it that more than half of the world population now uses social media? Is it that Africans, a lot of people, you have like all of them on the internet, they're using about 3 hours or more on the media, all right? Is it that 99% of total social media users, they access it via their mobile phone? So all these are very important statistics that we need to consider. Now let's move on to benefits of digital marketing. What are the benefits? if I've come with a campaign that is very important that we use internet marketing, then I want to tell you what are the benefits. Number one, you're going to have a global reach. Global reach, meaning that everyone can see you on the web. Everyone can see you on the internet. So you have a global reach. People can access you. They can access your website, right? They can access your social media platforms. Everything that you want. Instead of us, I understand that we do traditional, and traditional has a limited advantage. It has a limited coverage. But when you move your business online, number one is that most people, almost everyone, will be seeing what you are doing. And that is very critical. Another thing is that we have the budget. The budget on internet marketing is very low. Low in the sense that for traditional, we might be having so much of printing and all that, and everything that we are doing, right, would be very highly cost because we have a lot of budgeting that we have to use. But when we move online, it makes the job easy because you really make some changes, you can update, you can do a lot of things online without spending more. So it's very important. 24/7 marketing. When you put whatever it is you're selling, your product, your service, whatever it is, you put it online, right? You might be sleeping in one end of Nigeria and somebody else in another part of the world is seeing what you're doing. Is checking you and seeing that, okay, this person, how can I access? What is it that they are doing? What is it that they're selling? So it's very important. And also you're going to have new leads. Now we are looking at what digital marketing tools. What are they? The digital marketing tools, the tools by which we can use to market ourselves, to market our brand. We have the social media. I mentioned that earlier, where we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Twitter, right? We also have LinkedIn, we have YouTube, okay? So we have a lot of social media platforms by which we can use and access and put our products online. We also have a website. Website is very important as for business and of course for us as ethics of yours and values. Why? Because that's the very first point of call that people will get to know about you. So when you have a good website, you already put whatever it is you are doing, what you are about, what are the things that you do and all that. People can access your website and then they can get to see and know about whatever it is that you are doing. And then we have the search engine optimization. Search engine optimization is very critical in the sense that when you put any content online, whatever it is that you put online, how is it easy for people to quickly see you, all right? Are you at the top rank of whatever it is, any search engine you get, especially Google, because Google now is about 90%. We have the 90% of users on Google. So you want to be able to make sure that you optimize everything about your content, about your products, so that people can easily see you. We also have email marketing, and that is, of course, you have a list of customers that you've done business with, you have their emails, and so you can use the email to also market your services. Now we might be looking at how does digital marketing, how does it work? Make products or services for maximum results. What are those appropriate tools that you need to have in order to market your products to have maximum results? We have the 3 M's. I call them MMM, right? They are the 3 M's. And that is, you have market. Market talks about the who. You have your message. Your message talks about the what. You also have the media. The media talks about the how. Now let's move on to the very first M, and that is market. How can you identify your target market? Who are your customers? Who are your prospects? Who are your potential clients? You need to first ask yourself, when you're going online, you need to first ask yourself, who is my market? Right? What is my ideal market like? So that I'll be able to reach them. The first factor you might want to be looking at is the demographic factors. And that is you want to ask what are their age, their gender, income, and what do they do. You also want to check out where do they stay. That's their geographic details. Where do they stay? How can I reach them? All right? It's very important that we get those factors right before we can move online and maximize our internet space. The third factor you might want to be looking at is the psychographic details. And this is very, very important. Psychographic details just talked about what are the interests, okay? What's the attitude, the opinions, the behavior of my target market towards what I am selling. It's very important. For example, we are estate surveyors and valuers. And every service that we make, whatever it is we are doing, centers around property. Every centers around property. And so we also know property, I would say property is the same thing as shelter. And shelter is one of the basic things, right? Aside food, aside clothing, we are looking at shelter. And so you want to ask yourself, what is the predisposition? What's the disposition of my market towards shelter? Because when you understand these three factors, it will help you to be able to have a beautiful message to send to your market, your customers. All right? It's very important. When you understand all the factors, then you can create your content, right, to focus on your target market. Now, when you want to talk about your message, you'll be asking yourself some questions. Who are you? What are you about? Problems are you willing to solve? What stands you out? And that is your universal or unique selling point or your unique value proposition. You want to find out. Any message that you are putting out has to talk about who are you. It's very critical because if you need to target your people and you want to sell and you don't know who you are, number one, you don't know what you are about. People, when they look at you or when they mention, for example, when they mention Dakolaya and Co, right? It's consulting, right? Dakolaya Consulting. What is that message that somebody will know that, okay, you know this about this firm? So it's very critical that you know who you are first, you know what you are about, then the problems you are willing to solve. Because a lot of people, when they come online, they are not coming to joke. Somebody will come and type and make a search because they have a problem they want solution to. And so by the time they are getting online, right? Have you positioned yourself in a way that people will see that, yes, you can solve this problem that brought me online? So it's very critical, okay? What should attract your target market to you? I remember when Niesv Abuja was talking, right? It was saying a whole lot of things that what will stand out, meaning that you don't have to concentrate on a lot of things. You just have to look at what is that thing, right? That is at your zone of genius. Something you do so very well that you can multiply anytime. When you're sleeping, that thing is making money for you. So those are the things we need to do to answer the question and be able to put our message across. Now we have the third one, and that is media. Now you know your target market. Have your message ready. Now you want to be able to now know which channel, through which channel am I putting out this message? Because it's very important for us to know that every channel has a message. The way you are going to put an advert on, let's say, WhatsApp, that's not the way you're going to put that same Instagram, okay? You don't go to Instagram and put the description and say, okay, 5-bedroom duplex, I want to sell this, and just put the title and put the C of O or whatever, and you move. No, they want on social media is different. Now you'll be sending the same message, but there's a way you will send it. There's a way you will create your content to be able to fit in to the social media. And we have that too for video, email. If you want big text and all that, you can use email, all right? Then the website too, we have a way to send our message via website. All right. We have come to a point where I said we are going to check out Coca-Cola, and I want us to watch it carefully, because at the end of the day, there's a question that will come after. So let us watch.
Social media. The number one thing we try to think about is being share worthy in everything we do, in every way. So everything communicates, you know, in every way we're thinking about how are we communicating in every sort of, you know, aspect of our company, and how does that reach not only an initial audience, so 51 million fans on Facebook, but who they are connected to is our ultimate audience. So our 51 million are just over one fan away from the full universe of Facebook. So we do our job well and put useful, interesting, compelling content out into this community. They share it to an ultimate audience that is far greater than the one we can reach initially. So that's probably the number one thing. The next thing, I think we've heard a lot of these things, but listening and, you know, use your ears and your mouth in the proportion to which they were given to you, I think is one of those good adages for social media. So if you listen twice as much as you talk, and really engage your consumers want to be part of the dialogue. They want to be there. We're using this term in our digital team now, flossing, being awesome with your flaws, right? And so with your flaws, mistakes, flossing, right? You know, with the things that aren't quite perfect. I don't. Right? I think it's an odd brand name for that.
All right. I'll pause the video now. We need to increase the volume.
Fans on Facebook, but who they are connected to is our.
All right, so I think we've gotten the audio sort of. Our audience hears our language. So we just okay.
51 million are just over one fan away from the full universe of Facebook. So we do our job well and put useful, interesting, compelling content out into this community. They share it to an ultimate audience that is far greater than the one we can reach initially. So that's probably the number one thing. The next thing, and I think we've heard a lot of these things, but listening and, use your ears and your mouth in the proportion to which they were given to you, I think is one of those good adages for social media. So if you listen twice as much as you talk and really engage your consumers want to be part of the dialogue. They want to be there. We're using this term in our digital team now, flossum, being awesome with your flaws. Right, and so
with your flaws, mistakes,
flossum, right? With the things that aren't quite perfect.
I don't.
Right, but I think it's an
odd brand name for that.
Flossum. But you know what? What consumers want, they don't want to see your corporate veneer. They're really not interested in having a relationship with a corporate monolith. Right?
So how do you explain
relationship
flaws?
Well, you want to be human, right? You want to speak like a human, act like a human.
So what would be an example of that?
Well, I think, if you haven't, so when you're listening and you're engaging with consumers, being able to have that dialogue that isn't the 2-sentence pat corporate. I'd put a bullet in all of those if I could. And by the way, it's a journey. So my PR people would say, no, the 2-sentence PR statement has a role, but, being able to speak like a human would speak. So if someone gives us feedback, there's no recycling at my little league field, and I'd really like recycling there. We could put out the 2-sentence statement that says, Coca-Cola's been in recycling for a number of years and it's a blah, blah, blah. Or we could say, hey, Patty, I'm really sorry there's not a recycling unit there. We're going to look into it. But hopefully, based on this, 2-decade journey we've had on recycling, we're really committed.
94% of the world's population recognizing the red and white Coca-Cola logo. Nearly 10% of their revenue, $41 billion, was spent on advertising and marketing campaigns last year. This astronomical $4 billion was spent on geographic regions. As with many things in the world, ironically, the companies that are the most and public image. Luckily, this hefty budget allows Coke to experiment and get creative with their marketing, providing the opportunity to this why they're as successful as they are. Now, what is the Coca-Cola brand built upon? Well, be that happiness, relaxation, friends, love, anything. Go through a few examples here. First of all, let's have a look at the 2015 Christmas advert. For many, the arrival of the iconic "Holidays Are Coming" Coca-Cola truck, it's a highlight of the period, building excitement for Christmas. The ad might be 21 years old, but interest in it shows little sign of diminishing as it brings out everyone's nostalgic side. The focus of last year's "A Coke for Christmas" ad spread the joy through giving Coca-Cola to those who are making Christmas a reality, including a dad, a shop assistant, and Santa. Important aspects of the advert is that it targets the whole family. The ability to provide the experience for the entire family is essential. The commercial itself closely follows Coke's primary principles in their advertising. Rather than attempting to sell a drink, Coke focuses on selling an abstract positive concept, such as happiness, family, and sharing. As we can see, Coke have become experts at selling these non-concrete conceptions. This year's video, like many before, remains true to their core values that they use in their marketing campaigns year-round. Along with this, Coke modified their traditional, adopting a more multiple approach. Traditionally, video, print, and physical advertising were the focal point of Coke's festive commercials. But years saw the addition of Coke TV and social media via hashtags and a Coke emoji. This was an attempt to broaden their influence.
Okay, thank you for your patience in getting the video out. So right now, before I move on, I really want us to chat and comment. Can I have, just type in of the strategies you heard that Coca-Cola has been using for years. Just one, just one, type it in. I need to see. I want you guys to get to the chat room and chat me up. Coca-Cola is a big brand there for years. And then they don't joke with marketing. Let me put it that way. They do not joke with marketing. That's beautiful. All right, someone is saying that network, we can't hear our speaker. Please, can we settle that? It's an old net, okay. Yes, ESV, I need to see this. Is it Beverly? Right, he said good marketing skill. And that's beautiful, that's very I put out. The very first side of the video was saying something. It was saying that one of the important things, they already have that Coca-Cola. They already have a massive followership. They already that they don't need for their brand. It's not only for their customers, it's not for the ones that people that are following them, but what they are doing is that they're making sure that whatever share-worthy, meaning that, you know what, when the 51,000 people, when they share it and they have bigger and massive reach. And that is very critical. It's very critical. Another one point I would say is that they are putting money out in order, you know, we have that saying that if you want to make money, you need to spend money. That means you don't want to make money. So let's quickly get to the next slide. It says the importance of a media team. I know that as estates of yours and valuers, we are very busy. We are busy, and so we can't even, sometimes we don't even understand what all the thing we need to do on social media. So it's very critical that we have a media team, right? You have to carefully plan your marketing budget and entrust your digital marketing to the professionals. Media team, I'm not saying you have like 10 or 15, you can only have 2, you might just have 2, but they have to be professionals, all right? They have to be the experts. They have to be tech savvy, because one of the things they'll be doing is that they'll develop your website and manage it. Websites. I saw some that were interesting, but I saw some that were not so interesting. And I know that the reason being that they don't update, they don't upload. Sometimes you put for sale, right? And the for sale has been there for months. I can say that property, I want to say, oh, sorry, it's been sold. If it's been sold, then take it off. So important that we have people that would manage. They will also manage your social media accounts, right? They would also optimize. They will optimize your page, optimize your profile, optimize everything about you on search engine. They will have lead generation. I know that ESV that mentioned something about lead generation. Then you have to be consistent in the posts. Social media hacks, a whole lot of things that your media team can do. So let's move quickly. All right, part of what your media team will do is that they are going to let you have reports on the key performance index or key performance indicators. What are you doing? What is working? All right, in all our media platforms. How are we doing with website? How are we doing with Facebook and all that? Okay, how many lead generations are we having? Okay, what are we doing that is working? And what can we do, all right, for those ones that are not working? How can we up our scale? And then we have websites. Websites, like I said earlier, the website is like the first point of contact that people would reach you. Okay, people want to get to know about you and all that. And if you don't have a website, there is no way they can reach you. So it's very important that all of us as estate surveyors and valuers, our firm should have a functioning and responsive website. We don't make a website and leave it there. We make sure that the website is very attractive. Okay, we are moving to what are the features that would help us understand what a high quality website is about. Your design matters. Your color, the logo, it's very important. Because like I used to say to people that, you know what, there's a psychology around colors. So the kind of color you use on your logo is very important. There are some colors that when you see, it makes you want to sleep. There are some colors you see, it makes you hungry, increases your appetite. So that's the psychology of color. So we want to make sure that you make your website very attractive. And then you make sure that it is easy to navigate. It's not that people will click, you have maybe like 4, 5, 10 links. You have at least, at most, between 4 and 5 links are okay. And people can click and it is clickable. It's very important. I'll move quickly to, there's a particular point I want to highlight on the features of a high quality website. And that is your website should be responsive. It has to be responsive. So it won't be as if that, okay, it's only those that have laptop that can access your website. Because of users, right? They get into buy mobile gadgets, and that is your smartphones or maybe your tabs. So one of the ways that you can actually measure this is, can you download your website on your own phone? Can you access it on your phone? So that if anytime you want to log into your website, you know that there's no issue. You know that everything is working well. So it's very important that we understand that. So we have the key social media channels. The ones we have here, we have the Facebook, we have Instagram, we have Twitter, LinkedIn, and we have YouTube. I'll move to the next slide because we have three that I want us to focus on. And the first on the list is LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the #1 B2B social media. That's business to business. That's where you have the professionals, right? That's where you have people of like minds. So you want to be there, right? And then you step up your brand awareness on LinkedIn. It's very important. And one of the things you need to do when you're on LinkedIn is that you have to fully optimize your profile. Fully optimize your profile. And that is, you complete all the information that is requested on your page. Everything that is about you, like we said, about your message, that's one of the things. You're putting out your message on LinkedIn. So everything about you, totally, you need to feel it. Why? If you feel it completely, you stand a better chance of having more views and more connection. It's very critical. The next thing is that you have to share corporate content. A lot of people, you open a LinkedIn account and they say, are you on LinkedIn? You say yes. But the issue is this, when we go on your page, what do we have there? What can we see about you? Are you posting corporate content on your page? Corporate content means, okay, what is it that you have done? What is it that you're doing, all right? What makes you stand out? Everything about your business have to be there. Speak about it. Talk to people about it. Put it in there. It's very critical. So a lot of people would want to connect with you when they know that you're talking about what you do. It increases our brand awareness. Another thing is thought leadership. Thought leadership just means, okay, you want to share some topics about your industry. Everything about your industry, like we say, if you're into letting, you're into management, you're into whatever, you need to talk about it and put it there. If you use that you have written, let it be there. So it's very important because people, you increase your level of credibility. People love those that put out content, right? Because we are in the age that people are knowledge hungry. And so people want to get to your page and see that there's something. When they read it, they know that you have stuff. They want to connect with you, all right? Another thing that is very key to everything about social media is you have to keep putting testimonials, right? You have to keep putting testimonials. When you tell people that you are amazing, right? People will hear you. But the issue is that who are the other people that can tell that you are truly amazing? It's very important for testimonials and reviews. Anytime you've done anything for someone, your client or whatever, tell them to give you testimonials. You can have it like an audio, you can have it video. Put it there. Let people know that you truly are what you're saying you are. The same thing about Facebook and Instagram. The only issue about Facebook and Instagram is that they are B2C. B2C means business to your consumer or your customer. So it means that the message you passed on LinkedIn will not be the same message you're passing, right, on Instagram and Facebook. On Instagram, what they want to see mostly is that the message you put on Facebook, you can still use it, but then all you can do is that you can just post an image. When you post an image, that image has already given them everything about you. So it's important that we understand what we need to put on the media. And then another thing we need to look at is that you need to be posting regularly, using hashtags to amplify your thoughts is very critical. Also, people need to understand how to tag people appropriately. When you use hashtags and tagging, it takes your content to a wider reach. So people need to understand that there is a science behind that, right? And people need to learn it. It's very critical. They need to learn it. So I'll move quickly to expectations of all key players. All the key players. Now that we are saying we want to move our business online, okay? What are we to expect? What are the responsibilities? Number one, the first person or the first player is the head of practice. You as the head of practice, what should you do? The number one thing is that you have to create a digital marketing consciousness amongst all the staff. It's very, very important that you have that. Everybody starts thinking online. It's very important because if you don't change the mentality within that your environment, they will still be doing business as we do. And we have already said it's no longer business as usual. Okay, we do tradition, yes, but we need to move online. Why? Because we have a huge catch that we have online. Okay, so it's very important. Another thing is that we have to be big on budgeting. We have to be big on budgeting. It's very critical, right? All the big brands, they've been doing it and they have not stopped, right? We just saw about Coca-Cola, what they do, and the amount they put just at 1 year, all right? One particular year, they made about 41 billion. And when they checked the amount, the revenue or the amount they spent on marketing, it was 10%, and that was $4 billion. All right, so it's very critical for us to know that if you want to make money, come on, you've got to spend money. We can't be miserly about whatever it is we are doing, especially our business. It's important. And also as the head of practice, you need to be involved with your media team. Leave everything to them. You need to be there, right? Have strategy sessions with them. You don't need to know what they are doing, all the technicalities. How are we doing in this area? Because you're putting your money in there, you want to understand how you are making know that. And then for the staff have to up their game in every professionalism. We have to up our game. Now you've told them, you've created an environment where everybody knows that everything I do goes online, because that's one thing they need to know. As you're going for inspection, You need to know that, okay, as I'm going for this inspection, everything I do outside there is going to land on the internet. It's going to come online. So meaning that you just have to make sure that you are doing everything professional. Make sure that you increase the way you do your business. For example, somebody wants to, I mean, in order in our offices, surrounds inspection. You want to go for letting, you go for inspection. Valuation, there's inspection. Management, there's inspection. So every staff, whatever duty you are doing at that time, when you're going out, number one, you need to dress the part. I know dress the part means that you need to look good, look presentable. Not that you buy all the rich stuff, but look presentable. And as you're taking that client out, it should be in your mind that it's a fantastic customer experience, because it's a potential person that is going to give the review at the end of the day. So as you're going out, number one thing is that you should make sure that, one, you have smartphones or cameras that are quality cameras, that you go out, you take quality pictures. There are some people, you would get to their website and all, you see blurry pictures, and you're wondering, they put it online, because the whole world is looking at you. So it's very critical that quality of pictures is important. Video, like I said, video is important. You go out, you take videos, you take virtual tours and all that. It's very critical. We cannot but do that now. And then when you're done with the inspection and all that, it's very important too for them to know that at that particular time, you can ask the client, right? You can ask the client for testimonial. How did you enjoy this outing? How did you enjoy? Let them give it to you, right? You can just make an audio or video if they want to. And when you do that, when you come back, you put it at the decks of the social media people, and they know what to post. They know how to do whatever it is they want to do to make the office look good. It's very, very, we can't but do all this. Now, I know I've been rushing, so we are almost done. What is e-transaction? So after you have done your marketing and all that, you've posted ads and everything online, right? And people want to connect with you. They want to make purchase, right? It's important now, okay, e-transaction, how would they pay? They can pay electronically. That's what it means. E means electronical or digital, online or web. So it's important that we understand that electronic transaction is you make payment for sale or purchase or whatever it is that you're selling. What are the advantages of e-transaction? It makes the transaction easier, faster, and neater. So you can be in the comfort of your home and you make the transaction. It makes it faster. It even enhances professionalism. It elevates your level of credibility. And also, of course, because of COVID and all that, it encourages physical distancing. Like we said, a lot of people are still very, very fearful of coming out, having physical contact. So when they can make the payment from the comfort of anywhere they are, then you have told them that they are important. So you're encouraging physical distancing. What are the platforms? We have Remitter, we have Flutterwave, we have Paystack, InterSwitch, and so on. What is Remitter? I know that all of us, we know what Remitter is, because at least if you are paying your subscription, you know that you've used Remitter, right? So Remitter is an electronic payment platform that helps individuals and organizations to receive and make payments across all banks from anywhere at any time. So what are those things that they do, right? What are the services that they provide? For Remitter, they call themselves, they have the modular platform. The modular platform just means that a solution for collection. Collection means those that pay money into your account, all right? They need another solution for payments, right? You want to make payment into different people's accounts, you want to pay your salaries and all that. You need one solution for that. Invoicing, you want to keep your records and all that. It's very important. People will want that solution. Payroll, You want to understand, the data and all that about your staff. And also reporting. Reporting just means that, okay, you want to get and track your financial obligations all through the month or probably a year. So Remita has that platform that they bring everything together. So when you have payments, for example, I know that most of us are using internet banking, but when you opt on the platform of Remita, right, you can have all your accounts on just a page, on just your profile, meaning that you have GTB, you have with Access Bank, you have with First Bank, instead of having all the tokens, right? Because every bank will give you their token. So instead of having all the tokens for each transaction you want to make in your bank accounts, in different bank accounts, you have everything synchronized on your Remita platform. So all you need to do is you just need only one token. Only one token, you can access all your records, everything you've done for the month or maybe for the year. So it's very critical. That's the reason I'm shedding more light on Remita. That is it makes the whole job easy. For example, for invoicing just means that, okay, those people that pay you regularly, especially maybe tenants, they pay their rent regularly and all that. Now, one of the things you can do is that you send an e-invoice to them via their email. And the e-invoice is going to, consist of, okay, your rent is going to fall due at so time. This is the amount, okay? And then there'll be a reference number to which they can make. And sincerely speaking, instead of you can use that even as a rent reminder notice to them. So Remita has a lot of advantages that we as estate surveyors and valuers can engage. It's being used by, we all know, corporate organizations, even the federal government, right, is using Remita, public and Remita. Okay, so I would like to close with this Chinese proverb. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. And the tree we are planting now is we want to put our business online for global visibility and brand awareness. And we know that online actually has not been 20 years ago. Online is just about 10 years plus. So the best time to have jumped online, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, was 10 years ago. But the next best time is now. So I want to ask everyone that with all the information that you have gotten, what are you going to do with that information? It's very critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful exposition. I hope today that information overload will not kill me. Too much relevant information has been shared today. I hope we are taking some things away. Everybody associates negativity with MMM. But here today, we are hearing a different version of MMM. Media, marketing, and your message. What's your message? Which media are you using? And how are you marketing yourself? So there's quite a lot of things to take away. In your marketing, what's your demography? If you are coming online, what's your demography? What are their psychographic details? Did we get that? Let's just take time to look through this. The slides will be shared with everybody that is part of this MCPD. Take time to look through it. I had one today. What's your zone of genius? Even if you didn't know it before, check it today. What is that thing that you do sleeping and you don't even mind if they don't pay you for? You know, quite a lot of information to take away. Thank you very much, man. We appreciate this exposition. And that brings us to the final speaker for today. The final speaker for today is ESV Olani Olushola. ESV Olani Olushola is an associate member of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, is a registered estate surveyor and valuer, a project and facility manager, and is presently the principal partner of Shola Olani Consulting. He obtained a higher national diploma in estate management from Kaduna Polytechnic, professional postgraduate diploma in development administration from University of Ibadan, a master's in business administration in marketing management from Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, and a master of science in project management from Roehampton University, London. He has worked with a number of estate surveying and valuation firms, such as Opurum and Partners, Muhammad and Co., Babatunde Salau and Co., and Nelson Thorpe Alonge. ESV Olushola Olani has been involved in several project management trainings, and he has also delivered seasoned professional papers in some vital real estate forums. He's also mentoring young, aspiring real estate professionals under his direct employment and also on invitation by other reputable firms. He has supervised several valuation jobs and research for both private and public institutions. He's a widely traveled professional with a top-notch experience on real estate appraisal, research, and development. Please join me as I welcome ESV Olani. Sorry, before he they came from out of town to be with us. So we'll just be quickly doing presentation of the plaques to them. I'll invite ESV Abuja Salama tomorrow to do the presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. On behalf of the branch, really appreciate it. Thank you very much, ESV Jasper Olaya. On behalf of the branch, we hereby present this to you for your excellent presentation. I hope to get most of you. Thank you very much for this.
Yes, Audrey will do the other one. Thank you, Audrey. Converse.
To the branch.
Then we'll move to specific policies. Specific policies are the ones that impact directly on your area of practice. Let's look at when they talk of asset declaration. Asset declaration impact directly on real estate practice because it is deemed that people that will do the asset declaration will should support it with valuation reports. And that is one of the crop that we need to fight. How will you just come on and declare and say, my asset was so amount, XY naira? What is the valuation certificate that is backing it up? That comes to the specific policy. And our practice, our area of practice, can you please go up a little bit? I just want to rush because this is not where we really stay. Still go down a little bit. To page 1, the last paragraph. The process of policy formulation itself is where we may have to look at. It is political calculus. Political calculus. I just want to make that assertion now. Later, when we go far, you will see how we can do the political part calculus. Policies start with agenda setting. But where are we? And who are our sponsors that can set agenda? Then, in the aspect of the real estate practice has 5 major components of practice: valuation, agency, management, facility management, project management. I will not, you can go through the component of each one from the paper. But let us look at what are the policies that are recently formulated by government in the year 2020, and how do they affect real estate practice, either micro policies or specific policies. You can go there. Continue down to policies. The policies affecting real estate practice. The current policies affecting real estate practice, number 1, the first one that was signed to law in February 2020 was Finance Act. And we are going to look at the components of the Finance Act 2019. Finance Act 2019. Finance Act 2019 as I will pick the areas that really affected us. Number 1, the company income tax. There is now a provision that based on your turnover determines the tax, the company income tax that you pay annually. For people that have mini parties with turnover of less than 25 million annually, you are to pay 0 capital income tax, company income tax, 0%. For people that have medium practice of over 25 million turnover per annum, the percentage of income tax, company income tax, is 20%. While for large companies of over 100 million naira turnover, they are to pay 30%. Now, what is the implication of this? Is that the bigger you are, the higher your tax liability. Most time we look at aspects that impact negatively on us, but as estate surveyors and valuers, you see some firms still have turnover of less than 25 million naira per annum. And then, are you prepared to file in for 0% company income tax at the end of the year? This is a leverage, and I want us to look at it. How does it affect us? For people that are in public service and you're about retiring, if your retirement benefit is up to 10 million naira, you are exempted. That is exempted from tax. It's part of the provision of the Finance Act 2019. And let's look at the personal income tax. There are personal reliefs that are granted. You may just go and find out what are the reliefs that you can leverage on. Our pension contribution is not taxable. So is a tax holiday, and we need to be aware of it so that we'll be able to leverage on it. And for companies that pay their tax earlier, if you pay your tax early, about 90 days before the due time, you find out that the due time for tax is actually 1st of June. If by 2021 March, you can pay your tax and file in your returns, you will have 1% or 2% grants out of it. These are the things that we need to look at. Then let's look at the one that affected us adversely in our practice, which is value-added tax. Value-added tax was moved from 5% to 10%. And then when you look at the last value-added tax, it said introduction of 25 million revenue threshold for tax, which means that if your revenue is lower than 25 million, you are exempted from tax return filing for VAT. You are exempted from filing VAT returns annually and monthly. That returns is filed monthly. But if in your practice you know that your revenue is less than 25 million, then you don't need to file. Just apply and they grant you exemption. Can you go down? I want to go to the one that really affects us. Now, there is also relief of tax of go on. Go down. Okay. All those custom duties are just general provision. They are not really our own. Now, apart from the fiscal and monetary policies in tax, let's look at how does another policy done this year by government that affected us is the review of the national budget. It was moved from 10.59 trillion to 10.8 trillion. You may think is insignificant, but the parameter for the economy, for the budget changed. The crude oil price changed per barrel. The exchange rate changed. And then most of these budgets now went for COVID-19 relief. So it's not budget that was reviewed to make the economy more buoyant, but just to cushion the effects of COVID-19. Then in that, currently, as of September, the CBN report spread out that inflation rate has rose to 13.22% in August, as against 12.82% in July 2020. And this has impacted government policy that now they gave relief to some sector of the economy, the real sector. There are some grants that have been given to some real sector, in which estates, housing development is part. But the issue is, how many of us that are estate surveyors and valuers are real developers? Can we really plug into this to get that to our advantage? Now, the recent one, as of June, was the introduction of stamp duty. Many people didn't know why stamp duty came after finance bill. They were trying to review the laws, the financial laws, and then they left out the stamp duty. So it was not reviewed. That's why Federal Revenue came back later and reviewed it, and then it became a noise. Stamp duty, many of us were looking at what they first published without looking at what was the final position. I give credence to the National Council that wrote to Federal Inland Revenue. What we are having today is a abridged version of what was initially postulated by Federal Inland Revenue Services. And now the provision of the stamp duty is .7% on rents less than 6. And then for rents up to 7 years to 21 years, 6%. It's just telling us that lease is registrable, which is the position of the law. But there is little change in it, that they are now saying that rent become registrable. That is the only interpretation. It was lease that was registrable. Now they are saying that rent from 1 year to 3 years, which is not lease, has become registrable. Now, the impact of it is, if you go to court, if you go to tenant and then you didn't pay stamp duty on the tenancy agreement, even if it's 1 year, at the end, you may get judgment against the tenant, but you also may be fined for tax evasion. Yeah. Then we have stamp duty of 5% on valuation. That is still surprising me, but it has become a law. Are we going to put the burden on it, on the invoice we are sending to the clients, as we do to rent? Or are we going to be the one paying it from our fees? That is what we should look at and come up with a position as estate surveyors and valuers. You see flat rate of 1% on certificate of occupancy and partnership agreement, which means the cost of joint venture has gone up. On power of attorney, 1.5% duty, stamp duty payable. These are all what the Stamp Duty Act reviewed by Federal Inland Revenue is saying. Let's now look at what the regulation of the petroleum products, how does it affect us? Government has been doing partial deregulation for some years. Diesel has been deregulated, kerosene has been deregulated. It was just PMS that was not deregulated. And now government is saying they want to, the deregulation is now. The deregulation is now. And we see September 7th this year, when they were doing ministerial review, the president came up and said full deregulation. And now petroleum pump price has gone to 160 naira per liter. Now we are going to look at how does all these affect us as estate surveyors and valuers. And then also almost within the same time, federal government came up and said they introduced electricity service reflective tariff, electricity service reflective tariff, which means the more you get electricity supply, the higher you pay. There are people that get up to 20 hours, minimum 20 hours per day, and their tariff is 49.75 naira per kilowatts. And then we have the tariff band B that pays 47.72 naira. And what people are just clamoring, we just need to position ourselves to this. For example, in some of the facilities that we run, if we are getting 20 hours minimum supply, it means there's no need for diesel. The maintenance costs on generator become minimal. And then the tariff goes up, you find that you are still spending lesser than what you would have spent if you are running for 8 hours in a day. That has been tested, it has been proven. Then they just categorize Nigerians into where they belong. People at the down level, they will not have the lights, and then they pay lesser. And most of them doesn't even have generator. So in as much as this may impact our service negatively, let's look at the other side where it impacted on us positively. Now, let's now look at the aggregate of the impact of all these policies on our practice. Impact 4.0. The policies that government that is impacting on us is mixture of the macro and the specific. Stamp duties is specific to us, but it has come and it has come to stay. But when we look at the wider macro policies, you find out that it's affecting us one way or the other. increase in VAT from 5% to 7.5% is going to impact our practice. The cost of doing business will increase, not by us, by our clients. You now find out that I traveled to the southwest of recent, and I find out that there is something they call total package. And I was wondering, what is total package? You see where rent is 1.2 million, and then they will say total package is 2.2. They have lumped a lot of things inside it, including electricity bill, postpaid, ahead of time. And I was wondering, how can you calibrate what people are using ahead of time? Now, if you now find out that the purchasing power of the prospective tenant to pay, the ability to pay has been reduced. Somebody that will have a leave and a change in status because he has promotion. Now, when you look at the impact, what is going to pay in relocation, because if you are not entering into new leases, you will not pay stamp duty for tenancy agreement. Therefore, you stay put in the place, and then it's affecting our practice. Now, let's look at investors as enumerated by one of the speakers. You find out that because the market is low, a lot of foreign investors will plug into the economy and buy properties at cheaper rates. In as much as you can be saying that the practice is slow, I tell you, in this time of recession, a lot of business will be going on. If you have client that is a Nigerian abroad, with the exchange rates, by the time he change the dollars to naira, he has more purchasing power. So that's supposed to start giving us orientation on where to look at. A lot of Nigerians in diaspora will start opting to buy properties at home. It may be at the detriment of the people offering it for sale because they may not get the revalue. And these are part of the impacts of all this on our practice. I've said it, depending on how we are looking at it, the pump price increase and then the service reflective tariff will actually impact facility management costs. If you didn't, what we need to do as essence of years and valuers is to go back and draw a new budget based on the current realities. If you find out that based on where your facilities is located, you are paying more for diesel because you are part of the people that their tariff is not increased, then you have to change, probably increase your service charge. But you find out that the properties in the high-brow areas, they are given more hours of service delivery. Therefore, it will impact on the facility management cost, probably by reduction or increasing your service level agreement to reflect that you are really spending the money, the service charge you collected. And on valuation, I've said it, the 5% stamp duty on valuation services, only if we pass the burden to the clients by adding it to the valuation fee, it will affect us. Either the burden is passed across to the client, or we bore it, it's still going to affect our practice because
many people that will have naturally do expanded valuation services, they may start scaling it down because of the cost. And on the general real estate practice, landlords are crying. All of us know in property management, to get tenants that will pay rent as I went due this year, probably about 25 to 30%. Please, can you move up? Can you go down? You find out that even before the year 2020, one of the speakers said that real estate has not even fully recovered from the recession of 2015-2016. And now we are entering into new and is going to affect property markets. The volume of transaction may reduce. In fact, to be honest, it is reducing. It is reducing. Many people are calling for reduction in rents. I don't know. Is there anyone among us that has heard something like that? That people will say review rent downward. And one of the speakers also alluded to that. From $360 to $180 per square meter. And that is about half. And most of these landlords, more especially high-broke commercial properties, they have foreign loans. They have foreign loans. And they are paying in dollars. See, the Naira rate is reducing, and then the dollar loan is expanding. And many of them are already calling for restructuring of the loan. They're already calling for the restructuring of the loan. In the construction industry, more especially in property development, you find out that the price of materials, of construction materials, has gone up. And with that increase in the price, there is a shrinkage in the construction activities. Nevertheless, the injection of money into real sector in which housing construction is part of by the central government, by the central bank. Recommendation. The truth is, we can do little to reverse the policies that has been made. We can do little about the policies that have been made. But looking forward, I want to commend the activities of Niesv in advocacy. The advocacy is working, but we need to take it to the next level. We shouldn't wait until when things are affecting us. And therefore, I made these recommendations. Essence of Values and Valuers should continue to leverage on government policies that have positive effect on our practice. For example, Asset Declaration Act is to our favor. But what can we do about it to make sure that that act is reviewed, and then there is a clause there that it should be backed up by valuation reports? We'll be looking at the one that is adverse. What of the one that are positive? Number two, we should continue and intensify in our advocacy to governments. and government agencies. We should not wait until when policies are made and is impacting on us. One of the things in sustainable development is agenda setting. How many estate surveyors and valuers are engaged in setting agenda for government? We should not just be waiting until when policies are made and then we'll start crying foul because it's affecting us. How many calls for papers and submissions have we attended to? How many public hearings as estate surveyors and valuers being represented that they were invited? There was one, they mistakenly brought the paper, the invitation by National Assembly to read them to my office. And I was laughing. Can we step up? That government will reckon with us that before any policies is made, they will say, come and tell us your position. How many position papers have we submitted? I'm not in the position to answer because I'm not in National Council, but we should step up. If we have been doing, which I know we are doing, we need to do more. How many things how many policies have been made in Nigeria without consultation with Nigerian Bar Association? Let's step up to become major stakeholders in the project called Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Niesv. Lushola Olani, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. That's about the last speaker for today. We appreciate every one of you for joining by the link, and we appreciate those of us that are here also for coming. Thank you very much, and God bless. I want to call on the chairman of the branch, the vice chairman of the branch to give his vote of thanks. He's not around?
Hello?
Okay,
Can I make a comment, please?
Yeah,
Hello, can I make a comment, please?
On behalf of the chairman of the branch, the Lance Agaji and the executive committee, and also on behalf of the committee of the MCPD, the Abuja branch, ably chaired by our own Niesv Abuja. We want to appreciate every one of us, starting with our facilitators who have taken time to build us up this since morning till now. We really appreciate your time, and we sincerely hope that I'm sure we have a lot of stuff to take home from today's various topics that has been dealt on this afternoon. And also to every member that has taken time to register for this MCPD, we want to appreciate you so much. And we assure you that your certificate of attendance will be ready so you can come around to the branch secretariat hopefully from tomorrow with your proof of payment to pick up your certificate, and as well the materials for today. By now, your email addresses, please kindly contact us so that we can have them sent to you. So once again, I want to say thank you all, and specifically to the MCPD committee, we appreciate your time that you have put in to give us what we have here today. And I know a lot has gone into this. We really want to appreciate you and say thank you, and have a glorious day. Thank you, my chairman.
Thank you. Yes, the last part of today's MCPD is the presentation of our award to the last speaker, Niesv Abuja. And this will be done by the chairman of the MCPD committee, Niesv Abuja. Please come and do the honor, sir.
Thank you very much. It's been a very, very wonderful time. And for those of us who are here physically, I can say categorically that we really enjoyed every bit of today's seminar. On behalf of the Abuja branch and the MCPD committee, we want to say a big thank you to our own dear brother, Niesv Abuja.
Okay, thank you once again. Thank you very much. God bless you all. We will say our closing prayer now. Please, Aja Umaru Salamot. Please come and lead us in the closing prayer.
In the name of Almighty God, the most gracious, the merciful, we thank Almighty God for a successful end of the MCPD program. We pray for all our facilitators as they are able to discharge their, right up to us today. We pray for journey mercy to them, those that are not there. Safe journey mercy. So may Allah continue to guide and direct us too. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salam ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just wait for you so that nobody can hear.
For those of us who are here, there is a need for us